night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, or even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause I'm there for you.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so wild of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you saved your life.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no sweater. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no sweater.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues, and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
Wait for me, I'll be coming home.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
Now let me see you drop it to the flow, drop it to the flow then. Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble sentido, no vayan a...
Chicken, banana, chicken, banana, chicken, banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind.
All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you from the heart of dystopia. We're looking at things through our sunglasses here tonight. Wow, have we got still everything going nutsoid on the world stage, domestically, everything else. They're just bombarding us with all kinds of crazy shit. We've got our domestic military force that was created as a result of the false flag on September 11th, 2001, are now just running roughshod. The little leader of them even had his own little uniform designed for him. On your dollar, he had his own little uniform designed and shit, like a little Himmler type character of some kind or another. Wow. So we've got a lot of great people out here tonight too. It looks like, man, it's coming up pretty good. Man, I thought I was coming down with that back thing again last night. I laid down and it started getting at me. And I don't know, I guess I just kind of slept it off because I got up today and it was there. I went, oh fuck. So I just laid over like sideways on the couch. I woke up a little while later and I was okay. So everything's hunky dory there. We got Mojo Shop here tonight with us, the G Spot Live. All right. Nut Job here with us as well. Spiral Graffiti, Heron Song is here. Everybody is enjoying the goodness of the biscuit. That's this world is your biscuit. Please dip it in that honey sauce and taste the goodness. That's what we want to do here. We got Ryan McVeigh is here with us tonight too. David Koresh, KK Westbury. We got the Akinator, Ascended Views. Oh my God, look at all these nut jobs. Crystal Gem, YY something, whole bunch of, looks like he fell on a keyboard. 88. Okay, so Deborah's here. Deborah Goodfind. Good to see you, Miss Clark. We love you. We got Heron Song. We did that Spiral Graffiti. There's Don H., who the Romper Room Broad used to always forget, but we don't forget him here. That's for sure. Let me see who else we got. Stripe 6. Lord Racer. Look like we're doing pretty good. Post anything. Got all kinds of cool people in here tonight. Well, what's the real game plan? What are we doing here? It's an obvious attempt at causing as much chaos and fire everywhere you can get. Speaking of fire, Jews are setting fires in fucking Argentina because their Zionist president signed a law that said that, you know, the protected lands, if they burn, then they can be for sale. So Jews are down there burning the shit up so they can buy the land. Just keeps getting better and better and better all the time. Probably so they can build some of their little rape compounds that they tend to like to have, probably dig a lot of tunnels and shit like that in there too. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let me see here. I had some cool shit here. Sean Ryan, whatever you maybe think of him, I think, of course, he's placed out there, but this information is being put in our laps for a reason. We need to discern that reason. This is what we got.
How many files are there?
There's 300 megabits, is what Kash Patel said, the FBI director, and they've released one so far megabits. So it's like they've released less than 1%.
So how is that legal? Isn't it illegal what they're doing?
Well, it's illegal. It's obstruction of justice. A new president could prosecute them for what they're doing. They realize this, and that's why Pam Bondi has now said to the judge, okay, we have millions more documents we need to release. We need more time. And so
why do they need time? It's a fucking digital file. Why do you need time?
So they've got actually 2/3 of the Southern District of New York attorneys working on this, apparently.
Working on what?
On redactions. Look, they need to look for some redactions, which is the survivors. But you know what? They've released some files with the survivors' names, but not the people who abused the survivors' names. So they're claiming that they've got to get the survivors' names out. Fine.
They're legitimate. They are legitimately, proactively protecting pedophiles.
They are protecting pedophiles at this point.
By redacting the abusers' names. The White House, listen up, everybody. The fucking White House is protecting pedophiles. You hear that? They're fucking protecting pedophiles. That's what the fuck they're doing.
And they're doing it because these people are rich, because they were donors, because they're powerful politicians. And look, I don't want to stoke baseless allegations, but it's clear to me that there's been some connections to foreign governments.
Which foreign governments?
Oh, there's connections of certainly in the files to Israel. We need to know what those connections are. There have been questions and connections to Russia and the Russian oligarchs. We need to know what that information is. And from survivors' lawyers, they're saying there are other national security agencies involved. I mean, think about it. How does Epstein, as a school teacher, end up with $500 million?
That's a great question.
He didn't invent AI. You know, he's not like those founders who come to you doing some tech company. He's there and he's getting money from all these people. And he's got this ring of sex trafficking going on where he's farming out girls to different people. And he's having these parties on Epstein's rape island. Like, how is this not the biggest scandal that you got these rich, powerful people in our society who think they get to play by their own set of rules? You know what upsets me, what pisses me off is people like you go and take all this risk with your life in Iraq, in Afghanistan. The guys who, whatever you think of Venezuela, the guys who took the risk of their lives with that, they have this honor to the country, sacrifice for our values. And you got rich and powerful people who think they've made a bunch of money who can exploit American girls or girls who are girls of immigrants and have no consequence and get away with it. It's un-American. It's the most un-American, selfish thing that totally degrades the service of people who do things, honorable things like wear the military uniform and serve the nation. And that's why I want to stick it to them. This whole Epstein class needs to go. And to me, this is the biggest issue in American politics. I mean, I'm biased because it's something I've devoted now a lot of my life to. But if we're going to allow rich and powerful people to do whatever they want in this country, and what's more elite impunity than abusing a young girl, if you're going to allow that, then you don't have a country. You don't have values. You don't have a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
I have to agree, man. And it's at this point, we already know, we already know. We know that Israel runs our fucking country. We know that they've been putting these laws into effect that protect that little protected class of fucking people. They're sending in Israeli trained, poorly trained paramilitary force that they created, like Trump's private little army, into cities. And look, Virginia's going to be next because we just swore in a Democrat governor. So they'll probably try to come here next. In fact, I did hear about, where was that? It wasn't too far from here where they raided somebody. But we'd had that before, you know, they go into like these chicken plants and shit like that and nail them, you know. But this is different. This is like you're just going after people because you think that there's like if you arrest enough brown skinned people, a certain percentage of those are going to meet the criteria that you claim is your criteria for detaining and arresting people here in America. No, that's not good enough. No. That's no different than just pulling over people because they're black. You know? Well, we know that a certain number of blacks commit crimes and have warrants, so our chances of them having a warrant are probably, you know, fair to middling. And since most people don't know their rights and they're uneducated, we'll be able to run roughshod over them. And that's exactly what they fucking do. That's just the regular police. This outfit that they've got, that they've created, I have no this is just like a thug army that's running roughshod over the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights, not only is it in the Constitution as protections against your natural rights, the Constitution's not what gives that to you. I mean, I want you to imagine what would be a response to you're walking down the road and some dude not wearing one of these clown costumes comes up to you and says, "Hey, give me your ID. Who are you? Prove that you're supposed to be." Fuck you very kindly. I don't think so. No, no, no. I can't stand being bullied around like that and people telling people what to do and barking orders and, you know, prove your citizenship, give me your papers and all this other shit. Fuck you. And I'd like to know where there's a law that says that you have to be an American citizen. You have to be an employee of the corporation of the United States in order to live and breathe on the soil. I mean, I know that if you're going to get any kind of benefits that are a result of the said government stealing shit from other people, if you're going to receive any of those things, yes, you have to be an employee because that's one of your employee benefits. Okay. But what if you're not an employee? Where's there a law that says you have to be an employee of this corporation in order to live and breathe on this fucking soil? There isn't one. There isn't one. And even if I'm born here, it doesn't mean that I'm automatically in your fucking gang or I belong to your gang or whatever. I don't know. I'm a living, free human being, a free man upon the land. I am not an employee of your corporation. I don't want to be an employee of your corporation, and you can't force me to be an employee of your corporation. What are they going to do that? What are they going to do with people like me? What are they going to do? What are they going to deport me? Deport me to where? Don't make any fucking sense. They got people wrapped up so much in this fictional shit in their heads, these papers and whatnot, that those are reality, that they're committing violence over it, committing violence at an unprecedented rate. And I'm saying, wait a second, hold on a minute. If you know they're here and they're not a United States citizen, they're not an employee of your corporation, okay, that's all well and good. So just don't give them the benefits. That's all. You know, and if you consider being able to put a piece of paper in the suggestion box of slaves as a benefit, no, by all means, I guess, go ahead and believe that. But I don't intend on doing any of those things anyways. You know, you guys run yourself in the ground. You don't need my help. You're already doing it. Fuck it. Right? So what are we doing? And here's Florida passed this unconstitutional hate speech law in 2023. And DeSantis, in to add insult to injury, he signed this in Israel. He signed this. DeSantis signed this bill in 2023 in Israel. And now the police are going door to door over Facebook posts. You can't make this up, man. This is for real. This happened.
Make sure it's you. We're not sure.
Okay.
Is that your account?
I refuse to answer questions without my lawyer present. So I really don't know how to answer that question
Okay.
either.
Well,
way.
like I said, you're not
This
going
is
to jail.
freedom of speech. This is America, right?
And
Veteran.
And I agree with you 100%.
All right.
We're just trying to see if it's you, because if we're not talking to the right person, we want to go see who the right person
Okay,
is.
how can I help you?
So pretty much it's just a statement that was made as far as
Verbatim, it says the guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians tried to shut down a theater for showing a movie that hurt his feelings and refuses to stand up for the LGBTQ community in any way. Even leaves the room when they vote and on related matters. Wants you to know that you're all welcome. Clown face, clown face, clown face. 3 days ago.
So you don't know if it was you?
I'm not going to answer whether that's me or not.
Okay.
The concerning part, and not concerning for the person who's posting it, what we're just trying to prevent is somebody else getting agitated or agreeing with the statement. We're not saying it's true or not.
Understood.
That guy who consistently calls for the death of all Palestinians, that can probably incite somebody to do something radical. That's all we're here to talk about. And we wanted to get your side. If it was you that posted that, I would think to refrain from posting things like that, because that could get something
I
incited.
appreciate your concern. I appreciate you coming out here.
Okay.
That's it?
That is it.
Okay.
I'm going to maintain my my amendment rights to not answer the question about whether that's. I hope
Thank
that's
you for your time.
understandable.
We appreciate it.
Thank you
Have
as
a good
well.
day, okay?
You as well. Thank you. Take care.
You don't have the right to harm other people with your words, and you don't have the right to say things that have really negative, really horrible meanings. When you want people to destroy Israel, that matters.
Well, I would like to see Israel destroyed. Absolutely. I think they're a despotic state. They're the most destabilizing element in the world since 1948. Just saying. That's documented. That's provable. Chinese are sending cargo planes to Iran. They put 16 Chinese military cargo planes in 56 hours. It's the largest transfer ever recorded in that short of a time frame. So I don't know. But so this narcissist, bro, this guy, we already heard him bitching and whining before that he didn't get the fucking Peace Prize. And then that broad from Venezuela, placated him. Oh, he made up an award and had somebody give it to him. And I guess that didn't make him feel any better. It didn't soothe his wound. It didn't soothe his wound. And then the woman that won it, the Venezuelan chick, she goes and gives him hers ceremonially, right? And of course the Nobel Peace Prize board came out and said, well, it's not like it's transferable. It doesn't mean you won it or anything. She just, you whined about it so much. He was whining about it at one of those meetings, got caught on a mic talking about it. I solved 8 wars. No one deserves it more in history than me, and all this other nonsense. And so now, as he's talking to the people of Denmark, okay, the letter that Donald Trump sent to the Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Store of Norway. Okay, this is insane. This is crazy. I'm going to bring this up here for y'all to see. Hopefully it's enough that you can see it. I'm going to read it. It says, "Dear Jonas, considering your country," and this is real. This is real. This is not a joke. He really sent this. "Considering your country decided not to give me the Nobel Prize for having stopped 8 wars, plus," all in capitals, "I no longer feel an obligation to think purely of peace, although it will always be predominant, but can now think about what is good and proper for the United States of America. Denmark cannot protect that land from Russia or China, and why do they have a right to ownership anyway? There are no written documents. It's only that a boat landed there hundreds of years ago, but we had boats landing there also. No, we didn't. We weren't here 500 years ago, supposedly. I have done more for NATO than any other person since its founding, and now NATO should do something for the United States. The world is not secure unless we have complete and total control of Greenland. Thank you, President DJT. So since you didn't give me the Nobel Prize, the Peace Prize, then I don't even have to think about peace, because I was only doing it for the prize anyways, not because. What a fucking wow, man. Wow. I mean, I can't believe this is actually real. These people are, he's like a scorned girlfriend or something, or like an ex. Don't he? Wow. What's happening, Moon Bounce?
Hey, Sal. Good evening.
Whoa. Good evening.
Hey, I was thinking about that, right? So is that like claiming that our
Your mic,
national
your mic,
security?
Moon Bounce, your mic sucks, man. It's like really muffled.
How about now?
It's still muffled.
Okay, I'll fix it. I'll come back.
So I don't know what they're doing, man. Said that China, listen, this is what the China just bitch slapped Trump over his rant that he needs Greenland due to Chinese threat. And the Chinese said, we urge the United States to stop using the so-called threat from China as a pretext to pursue its own selfish interests. I don't know. Is he doing this in English? Yeah. Fix your microphone, Moon Bounce. I'm interested in what you had to say, bro.
Already clarified our positions on Greenland multiple times. The international law based on the purposes and principles of the UN Charter is the foundation of the existing international order. It must be safeguarded. We urge the US side to stop using the so-called China threat to use as a pretext to gain selfish gains. Already clarified.
Wow. Like, we're not
Can you hear me
threatening
now?
that shit. Yeah, I can hear you. What'd you have, bud?
Oh, I was wondering if I fixed it.
No,
No,
it's
I
still
was
muffled
thinking.
sounding. It still
Oh,
sounds
okay.
muffled, but I can understand you.
Okay, well, I'll say what I'll say, and then I'll go out and I'll come back in. What it was sounding like his claim was that America's not safe of with national security unless we possess Greenland. For some reason, Greenland will save us.
It's his claim that it's because if we don't take control of it, China will. Or Russia will. And he said he didn't want Russia that close to the United States, but apparently he's never seen a map. Because it's like 50 miles from Alaska. Hello.
So is his plan on like purchasing it or something, or giving every person some money?
Well, they don't want it. They don't care about the money. They don't want to be part of America.
Right, but I mean,
We're
when was
embarrassed.
the last time? When was the last time you think Trump checked the national debt? Like, we don't have no money to buy nothing.
Well,
How could
he's
he buy it?
he's surrounded by yes men, and whatever he says is correct. So if he says the economy's doing great, they say, yep, the economy's doing great. You know, despite what you truly see. I mean, it truly is a case of the emperor's new clothes.
Yeah, because I wonder if Greenland's in debt, like if, what their national debt is to like whether or not taking their economy to try to get like the United States out of debt, or trying to like, going that way, taking over countries, taking their economies and trying to wipe out like debt that way or something. Who knows? Right?
Well, it's belonged to Denmark for centuries, so I don't know what he's thinking. Just because a boat landed there, what's your claim over this land here? Or was that from a boat just landing here? I mean, come on, bro.
No, I mean, it's kind of like, right, if we keep saying, and we know that it's a corporation, it's like, well, are other countries or are they corporations also? And then
Well,
you
yeah,
start doing
they're corporations too, of course.
yeah, so then people start doing that hostile takeover stuff, what corporations do to each other.
Look at this
You know,
fucking
killing-
asshole. Look at this asshole at the Trump or at the NATO summit. Watch this fucking asshole. He's like Mussolini. Watch his mannerisms. He's like Mussolini. He shits himself a lot too, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I dig the fixing the jacket, but I don't dig the pushing the dude out of the way, like, scooch over and I'm gonna come up here and do all the. But yeah, I don't understand where people
comes
don't
up
understand.
Comes up there and postures with his little fucking face, that mug of his where he, pushes his face at you. See, the only reason he does that is because ain't nobody hauled off and fucking clocked his ass. I can't stand a motherfucker push your face at me like that, man.
Hey, I'm gonna go out and come back in and see if it fixes my mic.
All right, let's hope for the best. So I guess people are fighting back, man.
No! He's dragging! He's dragging!
I think he sprayed his own guy there, man. Did. Now, do you think that was a dangerous criminal that they were trying to apprehend there? I don't think they got the guts to go after a dangerous criminal, to tell you the truth. This is pretty bad. I don't know if I like the way that this sounds right here, but Stephen Miller tweeted this out. Said only federal officers are upholding the law. Local and state police have been ordered to stand down and surrender. Surrender? What's up, D-Man?
What's going on, man? Oof, man, it's cold out. Holy crap.
Yeah. It's 29 here.
It's like,
which means it's probably colder.
Oh, it feels like it's like in the singles, but it's just insanely windy. It doesn't stop. It snowed all night, so I did a few things. I had to get out of the driveway. I was like, oh man, but I want to ask you the question. Did you taste the biscuit today?
I did. I taste the goodness of the biscuit. I did. I did. I didn't have no honey sauce, but that's okay because I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings.
I did a deep dive today. And yeah,
no.
I found that movie too. I found the movie that you were talking about that they were in.
Yeah, a friend of mine sent it to me. I'm like, oh no.
It's wacky.
Oh my God. Yeah.
I like it when the guy's sitting on the bench and the girl walks up to him, the keyboardist, and he's sitting on the bench like all hunched over, and the girl walks over. She goes to hand him a sandwich, and she's like, "Here, do you want my sandwich?" And he throws it at her and says, "I'm not homeless." I love that clip.
There's a full version of the song. That's right before they played it, the song, because their manager comes up and says, "Hey, I got us a gig." He says, someplace down here. He says, let's go. There's Moonbounce. Let's see if Moonbounce got his shit together yet. Does your stuff work?
Is it working?
It still sounds muffled, man.
I'll change my mic. I'll be back.
All right.
Oh man.
So this was interesting. This was interesting. Wait till you hear this. This is apparently the Europeans put out some false intel and told Trump, the Trump administration, and the false intel ended up to Putin. They found that the U.S. has been leaking information to Putin.
No shit.
Yeah, bro. Listen to this.
Let me help you understand what's going on with Greenland, because yes, the United States could put army bases there. No, we have no need for it at all. And it's not as simple as just Trump's ego wanting it. There is a play here. Let me spell it out for you. First of all, two birds, one stone. Any headline, be it Greenland or Minnesota, that isn't that Donald Trump is a pedophile protector by not releasing the Epstein files, despite the law that he has to, and despite him saying he wants to, is a win for the administration. Second of all, in July of 1987, Donald Trump went to the Soviet Union before the wall came down, full-on communist Soviet Union, in a trip organized by the KGB. That's the only way to go to the Soviet Union, because he wanted to open a hotel in Moscow. This is all factual. This is not partisan. This is not a take. Donald Trump took a business trip to Moscow in 1987, organized by the KGB. A month later, he goes on Larry King Live, and this real estate man with nothing to do with politics in 87 starts to criticize and undercut NATO. It is a total head scratcher. What are you talking about? This alliance is the backbone of what America is in relation to the Soviet Union. Why are you parroting a Soviet talking point a month after visiting on Larry King Live? He wants to destroy NATO because it is what Putin wants. In 2024, Congress passed a bill that said the president can't unilaterally pull out of that alliance because Republicans and many Democrats are so feckless and stupid as to think a law would prevent Donald Trump from doing whatever he wants. They thought that would protect the alliance. So what he is doing in Greenland is purposely undermining NATO to the point it dissolves without him having to violate the law by pulling out. Donald Trump is accomplishing what the Soviets asked of him in 1987, to destroy NATO, because that helps Russia, because it hurts the United States. The math is not hard.
I don't know. NATO's been sucking on the teat for a long time.
A
really long time. I mean, do you remember when Trump went over there and started telling them, listen, you guys need to start paying a little bit more because we've been protecting you since World War II?
Yeah.
And you people ain't paying us. And we've been doing this for freaking 50 years now, and the shit's getting old. Basically is what he was saying without the shit getting old. But
you know, was what he said actually true? I mean, you have to fact check every fucking thing this guy says.
Yeah.
You know, he just says, oh yeah, the economy's doing the best, the inflation's the lowest it's ever been, and all this other, and it's like, dude, we're out here in it, you know?
Soviets did the same thing when they used to come out and say, oh, the wheat for the we've grown more wheat than we've ever grown, and tractor sales are high. You know, everybody was going broke. And
Oh my
about
God.
2 years, the late 80s.
Wise cracker, you need Jesus. Okay. That's all I can tell you. That's rough right there, bro. That's as bad. That fucking pervert roster bear coming on here thinking that song. No, that was Andrew thinking that it was sexual. You're a pervert. You just have never tasted the goodness of the biscuit. I think you jealous is what it is, bro. No, I'm picking on Andrew. I love picking on Andrew. He's funny. So you want to see like a really in 1988, the United States was like embroiled in this push for political correctness, you know.
Yeah.
Not so much in Germany. Check out this commercial they had for a Chinese food.
Chinaman.
Ja, wenn es so richtig chinesisch schmecken soll, Maggi-Fix für China-Pfanne. Mit Bambussprossen und der typischen Würzung. Fehlt nur noch das Fleisch.
Mit Maggi-Fix was Tolles zaubern. Neu. Maggi-Fix für China-Pfanne.
Mehr exotische Rezepte und viele, viele andere stehen im neuen Maggi-Fix Mini-Kochbuch Band 2. Wir vom Maggi-Kochstudio schicken Sie ihn gern. Gratis natürlich.
Frankfurt. Where I lived at.
9.
But I mean, did you see him there? How stereotypical Chinese they turned, you know? I mean, you could, oh my God. And that was at the same time over here in America. They were saying, oh man, it's racist and shit.
Oh my
Germans
God,
didn't give a fuck.
Kids would have a shit if they saw like old Bugs Bunny or old cartoons when they were doing all the banned cartoons now that they banned from the 1940s and 50s and stuff, you know, with the old Nazi Donald Duck cartoons. And so did the Three Stooges. Three Stooges had Mo was the dictator of I forget it was called. They did a whole thing where they had the map of fucking Europe and renamed all the countries. I ran, she ran, he ran. You know, I mean, think about all those things that we saw when we were kids that we didn't even blink an eye to until people were like, "Oh, that's racist." And you just laughed at it. You didn't know what it was. You know, when you always saw the Chinaman with the big glasses and the big big hat and stuff. Oh, that is so.
Yeah, with the buck teeth and the thick glasses. Oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
You know, as they're stabbing you with a knife or something, you know.
Yeah.
I've seen that. It was like there was one, I remember it was a Popeye. And the dude was in a submarine. It was a Japanese submarine, and he kept firing torpedoes at Popeye, and he'd punch him away. And every time that he fired a torpedo, a little stereotypical Japanese dude sticks his head out like you described. They go, oh, so sorry.
Yeah.
So check this out. Yeah, they don't care about the fucking Bill of Rights, nothing. So this was ICE agent talking to a lawyer. He says one ICE agent said, if we let you see your clients, we would have to let you see the attorneys. Let all the attorneys see their clients. And imagine the chaos, said another attorney who asked not to be named. And I said to that person, yeah, you do have to let all the attorneys see their clients. You do have to accommodate that. That's the Constitution. You chose to put them here. I didn't bring this guy here. You did. I mean, what the fuck? No, we can't let you see her because then everybody will want a lawyer. What?
What do you mean? So what are they going to do? Just pick one and say, okay, you can see yours, but you can't see yours.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good God. Meanwhile, in Israel, protesters attempted to break into Netanyahu's home. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say colossal peace.
No, look at this. This is not good. He's not a popular man anywhere at all.
No.
He's not a popular man anywhere.
Now, I wonder who they are. Are they really people there, or are they just crisis actors like you get in this country?
Hard to say. You know, there's always that possibility. You always have to consider that, especially these days. Was it AI? You know, this is where we're at in the world right now. I'm curious, you know?
You have to question everything now. It's not even
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound better. Way better.
Good to see you bounce.
So we listened to some of the shit from Sasha Riley on here, and it takes you back to one of the things that Epstein said about Trump. And he says, I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump, not one decent cell in his body. Now that coming from this guy, right?
Yeah.
And I think that lends credence to also the allegations that it was actually Trump that was in charge of this shit, not Epstein. That Epstein was actually beneath or below Trump in this whole scheme of shit.
That's weird.
I think they're all trying to save their asses. So
that's evident.
They'll sink
That's
anybody
evident.
just to make themselves look a little bit better. You know what I mean? You know that she had a license to pilot a sub.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see that? Did you see that other wacky website that they were trying to start too, with the friggin' aquatic underwater citizenship? Did you see that one? They had like a
Terra Del Mara.
Yeah, Terra something, and it was some kind of like
Terra
you could,
Del Mar,
yeah,
which is land of the sea. That's what that means. She had a fucking passport from it.
yeah.
I mean, what? Now, another interesting thing, I watched. There's a channel called The Conspiracy Files. I don't know if you've ever seen it. If you haven't, look for it. I'll see if I can find the link here real quick. He covers a lot of this trafficking and shit. He's got really good. It's better to watch on Rumble because he has to bleep out a lot of words on YouTube, but he's even got stuff on the Mark Dutroux case, the Mothers of Darkness Castle, this Epstein thing. Well, the other night I watched one where they were showing photographs and shit that I had never seen from inside of Epstein's island.
Terramar. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Isn't that what it is? Terra Del Mar. Or
Terramar.
Yeah.
I
Which
put the
means
link in the back.
land sea. I don't know what that is. Maybe, I don't know.
I put the link in the back for you. It tells you all about it.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
But anyway, they found that there's like this one thing, you open up a trap door and there's the sea is right underneath. I mean, it just goes to I guess like a cavern underneath of the island and shit that's connected to the ocean. And I mean, there's just some really wild shit. This room that has like surgical equipment and an autoclave and like an oxygen tank and what looks like a fully functional, like a dentist chair or something. But then there's like all these masks and shit on the wall.
Oof.
And it's like, what the fuck were they doing in this place, man?
They weren't just doing haircuts.
Dude, there was something weird going on at this joint. I mean, beyond just the, diddling kids. I mean, there was some weird shit going on at this place. So anyway, let me see if I can find that guy's channel real quick.
That chick from TV, who was the little rat face looking chick who had that TV show, the lesbian chick, the one that the girlfriend died.
Oh, it's the girl from Roseanne?
No.
Looks like Rob Schneider.
She had that TV show and then she kind of disappeared. Remember, they come out with all those allegations. She was real mean to the co-workers. Ellen.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ellen's background on her show was actually the same colors in the palm trees and the stripes that were the same things that you saw on Epstein Island.
Yeah, real quick before I get rid of this screen. Did you see about this, man? Naming airports, transit systems, coins, and even a national holiday after Trump.
Jeez. He's a egomaniac, huh?
He is insane, man. He is insane. That's fucking crazy as shit.
I want everything. I want a building named after me. I want a highway, a tunnel.
Let me see. Terra Del Mar. Just a second.
What kind of friggin' holiday are they gonna name after him?
Oh, okay. It was an environmental nonprofit organization. It was founded in 2012 in the United States by socialite and later convicted child sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell. A sister organization in the United Kingdom was incorporated in 2013. Terramar US announced its closure on July 12, 2019, shortly after New York federal prosecutors arrested Maxwell's longtime partner, Jeffrey Epstein. No, we elected their partner. They elected. Oh, it was dissolved on 3 December 2019. Well, too bad. So sad. Fuckers. What is this? Oh, this is fucking crazy. So there was something about Trump wanting to use Grok, right? But check this out, what Grok does. This is fucking hilarious.
You know, I find it really interesting that the DoD is going to be implementing Grok into the military because, like,
Holy
for
crap.
example, hey Grok, there's a pedophile in this picture. Please remove him. Also, there's a wanted war criminal. Can you get rid of him too? Seems kind of intelligent to me. And this person asked a great question down here, Grok, who do you think is the pedo and who is the criminal? And then Geek Cartel asked Grok, can you please remove the Russian asset? Like, here's another one. Dr. Luke in China, hey Grok, remove the bad president from this image, keep the good one. Like, are they gonna fix this in like a patch or something? Like, what are they gonna do? Have it lie? Just to be clear, I took these pictures myself on January 1st of this year. And in all fairness here, I don't think this administration is technologically competent in any way, shape, or form. That's why, you know, the files weren't rejected great. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be interesting to see how Grok helps us here.
That's fucked up, isn't it? Grok, remove the pedophile. Uh-oh.
Vlad was doing the same thing. We were talking about AI and all this stuff. He was showing the video, Dave Weiss video of the girl talking to Chat GPT and stuff. And I told him, I said, you know, that they're just stroking your ego, that Chat GPT shit.
Yeah.
It's just learning who you are and then giving you the answers you want to hear. And that's it.
Mm-hmm. South Park did a great fucking whole thing on that. Because then Sharon got onto it. And Sharon got onto it that's what it was. And she came up with just a fucking ridiculous ass idea, right? And the Chat GPT thing said, wow, that's really a great idea. Would you like me to formulate a business plan for you? You know, and she's like, yeah, you know, and she's like, this fucking thing, come on, get rid of it.
Kill integrity.
So you remember Trump had those Bless the USA Bibles that he was going to sell, right?
Oh, did you look into this and find out what kind of Bible it was? Was it the Schofield version or the King James?
Most likely. But this is going to fucking floor you. President Donald Trump promoted the God Bless the USA Bible, a specialty edition that includes patriotic materials alongside the biblical text. The books were printed in China with roughly 120,000 copies imported at a production cost of under $3 each.
Jeez.
And sold for $59.99, yielding about $56.99 profit per book, or roughly 6.8 million total, a markup of nearly 1,900%. So it turns out that his God Bless the USA Bibles were made in China.
Oh, well, we're going to make
Critics
the best
called the
Bibles.
Trump Bible blasphemous.
That's, you know, I find it hilarious that you like, let me go buy an American flag, and you go to the store and right on the package it says made in China. The hell?
And then they'll get mad if you burn it.
Yeah, and then they'll say, what are you burning it for? What are you talking about? It wasn't made here.
Boy, that guy that went there talking shit about gonna burn Korans, and he would love to grease a fucking Muslim pig.
Yeah,
and all
I
this
know.
other shit. Dude, they beat the fuck out of him, man.
Yeah,
They
you know,
beat the
he's just
fuck
starting
out of
shit.
him.
All he's doing is trying to drum up shit. That's all he's doing.
Oh, he
putting
got
that
this
big doofus.
dude. He did. He drummed up some shit. All right.
Yeah.
He drummed up some shit. All right. He did not get the reception that he thought he should get. And you know what the worst part of it was? He's talking all this white America bullshit and everything. And the guy that was pulling him out of there and protecting him was a black dude.
You know, the way they were talking, they sounded like cops, all of them. All the ones that were, they all sounded like cops.
Dude,
So
the dude was pardoned for J6 and shit and all that, you know.
yeah, he was an
It's
insider.
You know, there's that shit's way deeper than what you think, too, the J6 shit and who those people were. The Proud Boys, a bunch of them are these ICE guys. And here's what's getting me about it is I've seen about 3 or 4, more than that, these videos of these motherfuckers asking people for their ID to prove that they live here, and which is fucking illegal anyway, but they're and you listen to them and they're saying it, they have Hispanic accents, they have foreign accents, man. Do it out of your papers, like, you know, and it's like, what the fuck, where's your papers, bitch?
Yeah,
you know, I don't know, man. This is weird, and it is. Trump made a private army. He's still making a private army that's beholden to his orders. Okay, and that's what's really going on. These are thugs, man. They're going through this short ass fucking training period. They're not law enforcement. They're not accredited law enforcement. They're just being hired as fucking ICE agents. They're deportation agents. They don't have any fucking authority to interpret, you know, traffic statutes and shit like that and say,
they
hey,
don't know them anyway.
You can't. What's your probable cause for pulling these people over? Driving while brown, like driving while not white. And these motherfuckers get out of the car and demanding their identification. And the only one there with any kind of fucking accent is the one that's doing the fucking arresting or the interrogation, the demand for papers by the fucking Gestapo. Bullshit, man. We cannot let this stand at all. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, okay, so maybe there is a problem, but they're saying they're going after gang members and child traffickers and shit. And well, what the fuck? I don't see that. I see you grabbing up brown people from in front of Home Depot and grabbing them up out of the fucking Walmart and grabbing up kids on their way home from school and shit that clearly do not even fit the description of a fucking gang member or anything else like that. You know, I mean, reason they're not going into the places after the real gang members and where the real criminals are at is because it ain't worth their life. Okay. They're just told to keep this fucking quota of, like, I think they're supposed to be bringing in like 3,000 a day or some shit like that. And they don't give a fuck who they take in because it counts. So this is just nonsense, man. This is just nonsense.
You have to get contacts. Even the cops have been caught multiple times saying, oh, well, we don't have quotas. Bullshit, you don't. I remember when New York City got caught, some cop recorded his own sergeant screaming at people, telling them, if you don't get, 25 contacts a day, I don't care who you got to grab anybody. You got to get 25 contacts over 30 contacts a day, he was telling these guys. And if you don't do it, it's going to be problems. And they were like, no, we don't have things until somebody busted the video out. And then all of a sudden he was like, oh, well, I have no comment. Well, of course you don't.
Well, this guy's definitely trying to pull a fucking fascist move. He really is. And I'm sorry, Post. It's not a Democrat Republican thing at all. That's just fucking mind candy that's mind candy for the masses, man. They're all in it together. They're all the same. It was Republicans and Democrats and everybody going down there and still going to these other islands and shit and diddling kids. They're still doing medical experiments on fucking kids. They're still harvesting adrenochrome. They're still doing everything they've always been doing. And now one of their fucking chief dudes and protector is in charge. Okay. And he's carefully stacked up his Justice Department to be a weapon against the people and his enemies. This is classic fascism, dictator takeover. And he's repeatedly said about there ain't going to be another election. And now made jokes about, you know, maybe we don't need another election and again and shit. And now taking us to a point now that he's all this shit about him being a fucking pedophile and shit is coming out. He's trying to cause every distraction he possibly can and foment some kind of fucking unrest as much as he can. He wants there to be a civil unrest so that he can invoke the Insurrection Act and suspend the elections, because the elections are not going to go his way. And I'm telling you right now,
nope,
it's the end for him if the elections happen. He knows this. Everybody knows this. Let's not pretend it's not about that.
Oh, I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote there. I'm gonna vote, but you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna vote for the person least likely to win. That's what I'm gonna vote for.
Hey, why do you think that they're using the word insurrection?
Because it has the word erection in it.
Right, and it's like you know what you were saying earlier about the people going to the people's houses, going, "Hey, are you the one who posted this? And what you're writing down here could upset people." Man, what about all these laws these jokers get together and write that just upset a lot of people? You know what I mean? That the
Well, people are finally
insurrection's
having
really on
enough.
the other side. What?
What is he talking about? The full court what?
Yeah, that was. I saw that one before Saw played it. I saw one on YouTube where the guy was doing that. All the dogs barking. Hold on.
Well, I'm going to tell you one here. This is another thing too. People need to know the real reason, and you're going to laugh your ass off, because there might be something to this, but not what they're saying. But about Greenland, okay, maybe you didn't know this, but with all the ice melting, there's a spaceship was found in Greenland. Yep. Yep. There's a picture of it right there even. So anyway, let's hear about that so we can laugh.
Could this be why Trump wants Greenland?
Now, how many of you know about the object in Greenland? A couple of you, okay. Well, for those of you that don't know, there is a spacecraft that has melted out of the ice in Greenland. As you know, the North Pole has melted completely. You can go from London to Moscow or to Russia by going over the North Pole now. All the ice cap is gone. The last place that has ice on it was Greenland. Greenland had a 18,000-foot ice cap on it. Well, the spacecraft that is anchored in the center of Greenland created the last ice age 50,000 years ago. It's a weather machine. It's 55 miles wide, 300 miles long, and 2 miles high. The people that lived in it were called the Mois. You draw a straight line from the spacecraft to the Washington Monument in Washington, D.C., through the Yucatan Peninsula, Great Pyramid, and Mitsubishi, that ends up on Easter Island, where the Mois have been dug out of this dirt. The heads on Easter Island, well, 2 years ago, they finally went ahead and they excavated, and they're all 65 to 85-foot people, full-body carvings. And these were the people that lived in the spacecraft that was uncovered that's melting out of the ice in Greenland. So when you think we've been alone, these people have been up there for 50,000 years. The spacecraft is still active after 50,000 years. It has a 200-mile dampening field where no electrons can flow into it. In 1947, a B-52 bomber flew into that pattern, into the dampening field, when trying to fly between Maine and London. As a result of that, they lost power and crashed in Greenland. As they sent in rescue B-52 bombers to rescue them, they hit that same dampening field, but they veered off. They just ricocheted off of it. By testing, trying to get to these guys, they were able to bring a circumference and find out that there was an object 200 miles to the center of this field. On the southwest corner of Greenland, there is a small community. It's the only community on the island of Greenland. That community is a military post, CIA, that uses a compressed air generator to operate diesel engines to run a Caterpillar to run back and forth to 200 miles from the base to the object in Greenland. A lot of our technology comes from the reverse engineering out of the spacecraft. It is still functional and it's still in operation. So it's pretty important what this thing is. All the nations worldwide are up there with the United Nations, and we're all working together.
So that's what it's really about.
Ooh.
See,
How does a B-52 ricochet off something?
I don't know. I was trying to picture that in my head.
But it kept flowing. It kept flying. It was fine. Gravity.
It was fine. Gravity. Refractive gravity. Yeah.
Because somebody in the chat said that guy looks like Mo from the Three Stooges. Yeah, they put the salad bowl across your head and cut around the rim.
Oh, this right here. This is pretty good for if you believe in nukes. I thought this was very clever. What was you gonna say, D-Man? Or Moonbounce or whoever? Somebody was gonna say something.
That was D-Man.
Sorry,
Maybe
just let me
he
take a
spilled
second
something.
here. You was
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about nukes.
Yeah.
Check out Hacking Hoaxes, poems by Tamara Sheville.
Oh, yeah,
Nuclear
yeah.
Weapons, Truth Bomb, and Explosion of Lies. The link is on the bottom. Check out her book. It's excellent.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, I've got those. I've got that book too. Is it in here?
Yep.
No, I took those in the other room.
Great book.
I
I've
was,
been reading a little bit of
I was showing them to somebody else that came by. I was like, check out these books, bro. He was like, oh, neat. But yeah, this is very, very clever. This is really clever. I like this.
If there's a nuclear explosion, you might think it would be best to hide inside a refrigerator to protect yourself. But let's see what really happens. The fridge can offer a lot of protection from the initial heat and radiation of the explosion. But if you are even 5 miles near the explosion, the blast force would be too powerful and it'll take you straight to Westchester Taco Grill, home to Westchester's highest rated tacos, incredible drinks, and an atmosphere that helps you recover from the blast.
Yes, duck and cover and get some tequila.
That's a great fucking commercial. I mean, I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, what are they going to say about this explosion? And then it just cuts over. It'll take you directly to taco stand. I'm like, what the fuck?
Getting creative, selling tacos
I
these
love
days.
that. I love that. You know what I think it's time for?
Parallax.
I think it's time to taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
She's serious about that too. You can tell by her expression afterwards, is because she don't like the way it tastes on her chicken wings, and it's, she's pretty adamant about that afterwards. I think. I don't know. The taste. Yeah, listen. Biscuit inspired music.
I'm a biscuit earther.
I'm a biscuit earther. A biscuit flat domer. Right. So this is kind of crazy. This is Danish parliamentarian Rasmus Jarlov. Yeah, that's a cool name.
Yes.
My name is Rasmus Jarlov, and I will react to Stephen Miller's Greenland comments. I hope he's kept the. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to spoil it for you.
Seabass said it's still better than mumble rap.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree. I do.
Kick his ass, Seabass.
Kick his ass, Seabass. That rhymes. Well, it's because ass is in there. Bass ass. Very rudimentary. I like it though. Seabass, kick his ass.
So we're doing everything we can and should do as a good ally of the Americans
And we hope we can keep it that way and we don't become enemies.
Rasmus, you may be somewhat dismayed to hear what one of Donald Trump's senior advisors, Stephen Miller, had to say. Please take a listen to this. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Denmark is a tiny country with a tiny economy and a tiny military. They cannot defend Greenland. They cannot control the territory of Greenland. Under every understanding of law that has existed about territorial control for 500 years, to control a territory, you have to be able to defend a territory, improve a territory, inhabit a territory. Denmark has failed at every single one of these tests.
Rasmus, you gave a pretty comprehensive answer, pretty much countering everything Stephen Miller had to say before I asked this question. But if you could say one thing to Stephen Miller, what would you like to say?
I hope he's kept away from young women because that's the mentality of a rapist. You can't defend yourself, so I'm going to take you. That's basically what he's saying. And it has never been like that in international law that he's saying. On the contrary, the United States have signed several treaties with Denmark recognizing the ownership. One of them.
I hope they've kept him away from young ladies because that's the mentality of a rapist. Ooh, I couldn't have said it better, man. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Hey, so did you say Greenland was like a member of NATO?
Well, they're part of Denmark.
Yeah.
Denmark owns Greenland.
Right. So Denmark's NATO?
Yeah.
So then how can he say they can't defend themselves?
Well, because Denmark has a small army. But here's the thing, they're part of NATO, and that would bring all of NATO in against another NATO member. What the fuck? Right? Unless we drop out of NATO, or if these other countries drop out of NATO. But so far, they're all standing together. The European Union is standing together with Denmark and against the United States.
Yeah, so what would make like the United States any different than Russia? If the United States is NATO, they're saying they don't want Russia to take over, but Russia couldn't because they would start a war with NATO.
Right.
That's what's weird. That's why I don't understand.
Look, it's all so that you'll not talk about the fact that your president is a homo, baby raping, puppy killing monster. He said, "Start a war, do anything. I'm not releasing those files." Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Greenland was pulled in 1953 officially. The Constitution of Denmark ended Greenland's status as a colony, integrating it fully into a Danish state. And in 79, the Greenlandic Home Rule referendum, Denmark granted home rule to Greenland.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it says that it was controlled through the from 986 until the early 15th century. And it was culturally associated with the European Kingdom of Norway. But here's the cool thing. Where is it? Oh, I was just looking at it. Damn it! But it talks about how it's mainly was populated by Canadians, people from Canada.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Listen, man, this is some bullshit. And it's all for that fucking spaceship, D-man.
It's all about the spaceship.
It's all about the
Taste
spaceship.
the goodness of the spaceship.
Taste the goodness of the honey sauce, too. Man. Don't get it on them chicken wings, though, because I don't like no honey sauce on my chicken wing. I want no honey sauce on my chicken wings, you bitch. Butter your own biscuit, fat ass.
I love that.
I guess that lady's never had chicken and waffles either.
Well, no.
That's weird.
I hope everybody remembered to leave out chicken and waffles for Martin Luther King night.
It says here that Greenland has been inhabited at intervals over the last 4,500 years by circumpolar peoples whose forebears migrated from migrated there from what is now Canada. So interesting. Norsemen and Norway settled in the uninhabited southern part of Greenland in the 10th century, having previously settled Iceland, and their descendants lived in Greenland for 400 years until disappearing in the late 15th century. And Inuit arrived in the 13th century.
Oh man, probably around the same time as that spaceship crash there.
See, there you go.
See, there's more proof.
Hey,
That's
and
it.
Snowman said that one time that if United States tried to take over Greenland, Canada was going to go to war with, right?
Yeah, the 15-minute war.
Because it's like Canada, a bunch of people from Canada went to Greenland. Maybe that's why they
Canada
said that.
barely has any protection to protect themselves almost at all. They have almost no navy.
Canada's not part of NATO.
Here's the worst part. We've already had SATCOM and shit in Greenland now. I mean, we've had bases there, big strategic bases since the fucking 50s. Right? If I'm not mistaken, in Dr. Strangelove, right? Or how I came to fall in love with the bomb. Didn't they take that B-52? Didn't that take off from Greenland? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember.
You know, we have B-52s and shit there in Greenland already. We have had them there for a long time. So they're telling us, though, that they're activating the 11th Airborne to go into Minneapolis. Well, you can't do that in the first place. Okay. You can't do that. And secondly, they're Arctic warfare. They're Arctic warfare. So he has put them on alert or mobilizing them. And this is going to be for Greenland. So if this megalomaniac, I mean, he just sits up there wanting to have trophies and shit named after him and streets and give him shit that he don't deserve. He just thinks that he's supposed to be, given all these accolades and shit for what? For what? Everything he's done has been fucking disastrous in the first year. I've never seen so many disastrous things that somebody could do. I mean, even just to the way they look on the world stage, just the way they look to people. I mean, can you believe that? Sitting there going, I'm going to I want streets. I want a holiday named after me. And, I should have got that peace prize. So I'm going to make up a peace prize and have somebody give it to me. Well, that didn't fulfill my needs. So I'm going to pressure that chick, tell her that, your chances look better as the replacement for the Maduro regime, Venezuela, if you give me your prize. I mean, he was whining about that shit before she said that. And that was his idea. That was his idea, not hers. And then he turns around and says, oh, she said that I was the most deserving in all history to have it. And I said, no, you said that. Those are your words. That woman never said that. You said that. Or if she did say it, you told her to. And I can't see how anybody, that'd be like, you threaten somebody into giving you a trophy that you don't deserve. And how can you still feel like you deserve it? See, he's only just worried about what the fuck appearance is. That's all he's worried about is appearances, not it's symbolism over substance.
Right. Maybe he mistranslated what she said.
I think he's just a lying sack of shit is what I think. And the fact that I would have said, hey, that's really cool, but no, you want it. I mean, come on, dude, really? You deserve a peace prize? You bombed like 7 countries the entire fucking time you was president. And you're thinking you should get, I mean, that's just this year. And you think you get a peace prize because you ended a couple of fucking butt-picking tribes from throwing spears at each other? Fuck off, man.
He killed that guy. What was that Khashoggi guy? And killed they dropped that thing on him. Remember that?
The guy with the ring.
The Khashoggi dude.
Oh
was like
no, that
military.
was the guy that the Saudi prince had chopped up. That was the who was actually an American citizen.
And they hit that thing with a missile and blew his car up.
Ramadi.
Yeah, some Middle Eastern name guy.
Well, of course they're from the Middle East. Of course.
I mean, he's not going to pick on anybody else. Obviously, they're always the bad guys, right?
Do you ever notice that Will Smith always plays a black guy?
I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Don't you find it ironic that Lou Gehrig died from Lou Gehrig's disease?
I know. Talk about fucking fate. Wow. I think he had a sister named Leukemia. I'm not sure.
Sorry.
A bad streak of luck in that family, I'll tell you.
Oof, man.
Boy. We're not serious. Anybody who's just scared, anybody who's just tuning into this, for their
Donald
first
Trump
time
is the
ever,
peacemaker. We all know that.
Yeah. We're definitely just being, very sarcastic. There's people that'll clip that and say, "Hey, look what Sav said."
Yeah.
And then they'll be sure and tag me, want me to watch their video, and I don't. So I don't, because I don't care. There was one of y'all ran across one. Was that you, D-Man? Ran across one?
God, yeah.
Somebody had
One.
made?
Try like
Oh yeah, then you
3
found out
dozen.
they got all kinds of them, and
Holy
nobody
Christ.
watches them.
That was the guy's whole channel, was nothing but you and Roger and Vlad and Keith from Creality Jesus. Holy
He's probably a Sean Hawkins fan.
I don't know, but it was the whole channel was that. That's all it was. And I was like, wow, okay.
Sean Hawkins.
I talked to him during the week.
Sean went live.
Yeah.
When Vlad was on earlier, I saw.
Yeah,
I
he
popped on
doesn't.
Vlad's chat for a little bit. Then I had to eat.
That's why I was a little late. I didn't realize you popped on until I was like, oh shit, Sal's on. Let me go.
Oh,
eat.
is he still going when I came on?
Yeah, he was. I was just sitting there. Me, him, and RG were just, goofing off. We were looking at that Italian map.
Oh, the Urbano Monte.
Yeah, we were looking at the Urbano Monte.
That's a fascinating map. That's a fascinating.
Santero speaks Italian, so last time he was looking at it, Santero was in there translating all the writing on the map. So it was pretty cool.
Sonny and Cher were both dudes. Yeah,
Yeah.
I gotta say that's probably true. Sonny Bono, poor Sonny Bono. He got
skiing accident.
But see, here's the thing. So there was a show on, you might remember it. I don't know if you're old enough to, but there was a show on called the Sonny and Cher Show. Okay. And during that show's lifetime, Cher got pregnant. And I can clearly remember her pregnant on the show. Now, whether they fake that or not, and Cher is really a dude or whatever, maybe. But I remember that because after Chaz was born, they started showing her on the show.
Yep.
Bringing her on. And she was just really little. And really a cute little girl. Now she's like some kind of a bull dyke lesbian tranny thing. Whatever. Anyway.
Female to male.
Yeah. Beard and everything. Oh, dude. I was up at the store. Down here at the gas station where I get my cigarettes at. It's like a little market type thing. And I go in there and I looked over, and at first I thought it was some dude, right? Kind of looked like George Costanza, same hairline, everything, right? And then I looked again, and it was a woman. It was a bald-headed woman, dude, but not fully bald-headed, just partially bald-headed, and not because of like cancer or something. It was actually like male pattern baldness. Now, I know she's really a woman because You know, I'm pretty sure anyway.
Boobies?
Yeah. And, you know, just like, you know, middle-aged and shit. And I was like, no way, dude. I got back in the Jeep and I told Leanne, I said, oh my God, man. I said, I just saw a chick that looked like George Costanza. She goes, no. I said, yeah, hang on. She'll be coming out in a minute. We'll sit here for. Oh my God. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate like that, but you know, I mean, she didn't seem to be really concerned about trying to cover it up or anything like that either. You know, just and everybody just kind of accepted. You know, I guess she's local. I've never run across her before. You know, and that's strange because as small as this town is, but I don't go out of here much unless I'm going to work or something, or I'm actually got a place to go that I have to go to. But, you know, as far as just getting out and that kind of thing, because there's so many normies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so many of them, and I just can't listen to their jibber jabber when they're out there because I want to interject and I have to fight myself. I don't want to, you know, sometimes I will. You know, sometimes I'll find a cool way to put it, you know, and people stop and think about it. But a lot of times I hear these people and I think, oh my God, that's a real narrow mind right there. That's a real narrow mind.
I'd probably talk to 60 people a week in a day. So I got to hear a lot of conversation, people standing around me talking about business and talking about this, and people talking on the phone. It's a close environment, tons of people around. I hear all kinds of stuff.
I talked more to people on here than I do anywhere else at all, you know. And then, like I said, it's just because there's such normies. It's sort of like, it's so weird because I expect sometimes, you know, now I'm pleasantly surprised often, but you know, most times it's sort of like I hear they're talking and I'm thinking to myself, my God, do you really hear yourself?
Yep.
Do you really fucking hear yourself? Like, there's people that actually believe that these are criminals that they're actually going after. Okay. And then when they're pinned down and I say, what's their crime? Well, they're here illegally. And I'm like, well, what does illegal mean? Well, it's against the law. And I said, no, man can't make law. Okay. Who's the victim? Who's the victim of that person being here? Who is being the victim? Who's, well, they're using our tax money. Well, wait a minute. How can they use our tax money if they're not U.S. citizens? Okay. Now, you're busting these people, finding out where they live, their addresses from their tax records. And this is also how you're going to their workplace. Now, wait a second. You mean to tell me these people are working and they're paying taxes because you're looking at their tax records? What the fuck are you doing to these people? Why? Well, they could go and vote. Well, no, you have to be a U.S. citizen to vote, right? Isn't that right? Don't we have a law? You have to be a member of the corporation in order to vote in its elections. Yeah. So I don't understand what this is. You say you're going after these violent criminals that were led in here by Joe Biden, but I think that's an excuse to unleash a paramilitary private army beholden to you into areas, especially if you notice any place blue, that's where he's going. Right now, Virginia turned blue. So these MAGA motherfuckers around here are going to learn a new lesson. I'm sure. As soon as the Gestapo starts going around in my state, if they're not stopped before then. But I mean, this is getting really fucking crazy. I'm not seeing these child predators and shit that they arrest. Where are they at? Where the fuck are they at here? I don't see any of them.
Saturday, ICE agents dragged Texas-born Rogelio Jimenez out of his car in Brooklyn Park, detaining him before he says they realized they had the wrong man.
They just
Oh, I saw this.
Sunday, ICE surround Irma Escato's car in West St. Paul. Her husband Luis rushes outside to show them her passport card.
They cover their face. Nobody's responsible.
Oh, no. Monday, Ryan Eklund says ICE agents detained him on his own street in Woodbury after he began tracking them at a grocery store.
It was opening of the vehicle, removing my seatbelt and pulling me out of the car to the ground.
Are you concerned that that could happen to you?
Very concerned that that's going to happen to us. They followed us and kept circling around us at various points in an attempt to intimidate us.
Yeah, it's happening a lot. They grabbed a guy too who was a vet, Spanish guy who was a veteran. I forget what war he was in, and they did the same thing to him. I lost the video. I think the clip might have been, they might have removed it probably from comment sections saying all kinds of nasty stuff. But it was like last week. And yeah, they grabbed some guy who was like, I was in the military. Why are they grabbing me?
Right.
Like they're just randomly grabbing anybody that looks remotely foreign. I like your idea.
And this is what gets me. I've seen more than a few videos where the guy says, what makes you think I'm not from here or I don't belong here? And the guy with an accent says, because you have an accent.
Why are you here?
I'm like, wait a minute. First off, there's no law that says I have to be a citizen, which would define a citizen, okay, to live here. Okay? I don't have to be a member of your corporation. I don't have to be an employee of your corporation to live here. Only to receive your quote unquote corporate benefits. That's it. Outside of that, no, there's nothing that says that.
It says officially that a non-citizen in the U.S. is anyone who isn't a U.S. citizen, broadly including aliens, foreign nationals, and non-citizen nationals who are people from U.S. territories like American Samoa, enjoying some protections but not full political rights like voting.
All right.
It says non-citizens may be temporary visitors, non-immigrants with visas, lawful permanent residents, green card holders, or undocumented.
Well, wait, what do you mean? Hold on. What is that card? What are they talking about?
Green card, like you got a
green
green
I'm not a card. I'm not
temporary.
a card. I lost mine. I don't have what card? What are you talking about? I ain't no card. Go get a card. I go get that card and throw it away. Throw it out of here. I'm a living human being. I'm a living man. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the way I look at it. That's, I mean, I'm not saying that directly to you, D-Man. I mean, yeah.
I was just trying to define it.
I mean, who in the fuck are they to define that shit? Where'd they get that from? Do I have the power to define that? No.
They say that aliens versus nationals is that aliens are subject to removal while non-citizen nationals are not.
Right.
And that they owe allegiance to the USA, which is wild. Only citizens can vote in federal elections. Nationals and aliens generally cannot. Entry and work on nationals can enter and work freely. Non-immigrants need visas. Permanent residents have to have full work authorizations.
Hey, what does that allegiance to mean?
Well, you have to do the pledge, the sign in when you become they make you stand up and do the hand up.
I state your name.
Yeah. They do the full gig that they do. It's almost like going to a high school graduation. Like, when you become what do you call it? They bring you into like the state house or, some kind of thing and walk you up and give you your piece of paper. I've seen one of them.
So it's like an oath then, right? To owe allegiance.
Yeah.
Would be like an oath that you're gonna like
you'll abide by the laws and you'll pay taxes and it's all it is.
I'd be like, what, do you have any reason to believe that I wouldn't? You know what I'm saying? I don't have to make an agreement with you. That just goes without saying. I promise to never. I don't give a fuck where I'm at. I promise not to murder people, rape people, steal and shit. That's for myself. That ain't for you. That's for me. Okay. So why do I have to enter into an agreement with you? That kind of shit goes without saying. So I don't know what they're trying to trick you is what they're doing. Hello, Heron Song.
Hello.
It's good
Yeah,
to have. It's good to have a pretty girl on here again.
Oh, I don't know about
Every
that.
so often we get pretty girls on here, so here you are.
I'm lost in the chat. Okay, I am back.
All right,
just
don't get
popping
lost in that chat. That's a
No.
fucking.
I put your link in the back. I haven't.
I'm
told
going to tell you
Oh.
something. Let me tell you something about the Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind chat. It's like a bad neighborhood. Be careful in there, man. I'm telling
No,
you
I
right
meant
now.
in the studio. Like it was just me and I couldn't get out. It's
Oh,
like a
no.
bad dream.
Oh God.
But yeah, no, I just popped in to say hi and pass along a link for post in the main chat. But I guess D-Man already beat me to it.
Yep,
So
it's in the back. I just haven't had the time to tell Sav yet. I was waiting for a break, and then I was gonna. Sav Heron wanted a link, and I threw it in the private chat. It's like a funny. It's
All right,
pretty
hold up.
funny.
I got it.
it was for post.
Dun, 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 dun. Let's watch it. You know why? Because we do all kinds of crazy shit on this show. You know, where else are you gonna see? And let me ask you, Heron, have you tasted the goodness of the biscuit?
Taste the biscuit.
I know.
Taste
like
the
it.
goodness
Taste
of the
the
biscuit.
We're still waiting
Taste
for
that
the.
honey sauce. Oh, you just wait. Okay, I'm a weirdo. I already have the chords. It's in A major 7.
Here we go. It's gonna be the Jamaican version.
Well, I was gonna do it in 3 parts. I was gonna do the original version, like croony style for Sav, because I know he likes that jam. And then I was gonna bust out into a reggae version for you, D-Man. And then I
Yeah.
thought, why don't I just turn it into like outrageous?
ska.
Well, I was gonna punk it out for Roger at the end, but
Yeah.
I'll have to work that in somehow.
I was just now trying to think of what a death metal sound for that would be like. That would be crazy. Taste the biscuit!
Honey sauce.
Where's the AI when you need it?
Like it.
Where's the AI when you need it?
Oh my God, no. Do not play with the robots. I'm telling y'all. Listen, these things are taking over everywhere. And they're going to be the downfall of us. I mean, I'm not shitting you. You know, it sounds funny and everything when I say this, but I'm for real. We're like this far from out of be back. I'm not kidding you, man. Yeah. We know he wants to make this AI part of the military.
He's going to make money from it, so that's why he's going to do it. So isn't JD Vance. JD Vance is going to make plenty of money.
JD Vance, what? Dude's been wearing eyeshadow. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, he's a strange dude.
His
eyes are really set in his head. You notice that too? That his eyes sit back in his head. Really, he's got giant, like his eye sockets stick out. It's weird.
I just want to throw something out there, man. You know, for all you kind of conspiracy-minded people. I'm not gonna bring up no pictures or nothing right now. We can do that later. You can do it on your own time, but entertain this for food for thought. OJD and Erica Kirk both have very, very similar facial structure, very, very similar eyes. And then I compare them to another character in Michael Aquino, whose partner in writing a book about how to manipulate masses of people is on the board of directors of Turning Point USA. Now, you've seen Michael Aquino, the guy with the eyebrows, right? Maybe that dude is their dad. in real life. And perhaps they were actually the product of pregnancies revolving around Aquino's abuse. You know, at the Presidio daycare, these kids, man, they talked about somebody named Mikey who would come. And you know how they talk to kids and they had them draw a picture of Mikey. Can you draw a picture of Mikey? And they all drew them freaky fucking eyebrows of his. Now, discounting the eyebrows, look at Michael Aquino's facial structure in his eyes and compare it to J.D. Vance, who has a very questionable background, changed his name a bunch of times. I mean, really, what the fuck? Who vetted this guy, right? And Erica Kirk, I think, I don't know, maybe I'm out there, but entertain it. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, could be.
I mean, they look very similar. Anyway, this is the day today war. Little 4-minute clip. Good, because I got some bong I have to hit. There it is. Look at that. And see, I'm actually the technician, the director, producer, talent, the whole thing right here on this one show. I should give myself an award because nobody deserves an award any more than me anywhere in history.
We're going to name a holiday after you in a street on a highway.
If I don't get one, I'm going to bitch and cry until somebody does.
We'll call it Dystopia Day.
He did the equivalent of a kid who couldn't get a toy he wanted. He did. And then he bullied somebody else who got the toy into giving their toy to him. What a fucking guy.
Man sees God in his car, he crashes.
Today's historic trade agreement between Australia and Hong Kong marks a new season of hope for the future of world trade. The two countries have been at each other's throats for years, but now the hatchet's been buried by a treaty which allows unrestricted trading between all parties at all levels. I'm joined now by Martin Crace, the British Minister with special responsibility for the Commonwealth, and Gavin Hawtrey, the Australian Foreign Secretary in Canberra. Gentlemen, this is pretty historic stuff. Well done. A future of unbridled harmony then, Australia?
Yes, I think Martin Crace and I can be pretty satisfied. It's a good day.
And if, as in the past, Australia exceed their agreement, what will you do about it?
This is a very satisfactory treaty, which I'm sure will work well. Naturally, if the limits were exceeded, then this would be met with a firm line, but I can't see this being necessary.
Mr. Hawtrey, he's knocking a firm line in your direction. What are you going to do about that?
Well, in that case, we just reimpose sanctions as we did last year.
Sanctions? Hang on a second. They've only just swallowed their sanctions and now they're burping them back up in your face.
I think sanctions is rather premature talk. Certainly, if sanctions were imposed, we should have to retaliate with appropriate measures. But I
think
can't.
Appropriate measures is a euphemism, Mr. Hawtrey. You know what it means. What are you going to do about that?
Well, I just have to go back to Cabinet.
And ask them about what?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's a matter for the military.
The military?
I think military measures is totally inappropriate reaction, and I think this is way, way over the top.
Sounds like you're being inappropriate, are you?
Of course I'm not being inappropriate, but Martin Crace knows that full well.
This is the sort of misunderstanding that I thought we'd laid to rest during our negotiating period.
Misunderstanding it certainly is. It's certainly not a treaty, is it? You're both at each other's throats. You're backing yourselves up with arms. What are you going to do about it? Mr. Hawtrey, let me give you a hint. Bang!
What are you asking me to say?
You know damn well what I'm asking you to say. You're putting yourself in a situation of armed conflict. What are you plunging yourself into?
You'd like me to say it?
I want you to say it, yes.
You want the word?
The word.
I will not flinch.
You will not flinch from?
War.
War. Gentlemen, I'll put you on hold. If fighting did break out, it will probably occur in Eastman's Town in the Upper Cataracts on the Australia-Hong Kong border. Our reporter Donald Bethlehem is there now. Donald, what's the atmosphere like?
Tension here is very high, Chris. The stretched twig of peace is at melting point. People here are literally bursting with war. This is very much a country that's going to blow up in its face.
Well, gentlemen, it seems you have little option now but to declare war immediately.
Well, this is quite impossible. I couldn't take such a decision without referring to my superior, Chris Patton. He's in Hong Kong.
Good, because he's on the line now via satellite. Mr. Patton, what do you think of the idea of a war now? I'll take that as a yes.
Very well, it's war.
War it is.
That's it, Chris. It's war. War has broken out. This is a war.
That's it. Yes, it's war. From now on, the Day-to-Day will be providing the most immediate coverage of any war ever fought. On the front line and in your face, Donald Bethlehem. Standing by, Douglas Hurd. The Day-to-Day smart bombs have nose-mounted cameras. This is Smart Bomb Stephen, and that is Susanna Gekkelois.
I'll be reporting from inside the fight.
Like some crazy Trojan. And keeping an eye on everything that's going on out there at the Day-to-Day news pipe, Douglas Trox. Chris, but first the weather from Sylvester Stewart.
And now the weather, starting in the southeast, where the sun should plop through after a dull start, a bit like having your hand sewn back on after a farming accident. Let's revolve the weather collar now, 70 degrees to the Midlands, where I was first bereaved. And there'll be a large cack of heavy cloud covering the area, but it should stay dry enough for you to dance outside until our Lord Beelzebub calls upon us. Now, if we rotate the throat circle...
It only took 4 minutes to go from peace to war. That's it.
Oh my God, dude. That's about how they fucking do too, man. It is.
One other thing, okay? I didn't want to do this to you.
Oh,
but
no.
I threw another link in the back. I found a remix of
Biggie Smalls Takes the Biscuit.
Yeah. Oh,
no,
God.
you did not.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
watch that.
All right, hold on. We're gonna get this. Okay.
We definitely
Okay.
no expense spared on this.
This show right here is the only place you're gonna find stuff like this. Look at there's DJ Bree right on time to be here for this momentous screening of Notorious B.I.G. doing Taste the Biscuits. So let's see what happens here.
Shit is crazy.
Taste the biscuit.
Taste the biscuit.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Treat yourself. The goodness is inherent if that wasn't apparent.
Taste the honey sauce.
Honey sauce so good.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
Drizzle it on.
Get your honey sauce on me.
Don't do it.
I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings.
Keep the shit off my chicken.
Get none of that honey sauce on me.
Don't spill it.
I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings.
Toast is a moose. Company dumps on the remix.
Taste the biscuit.
B.I.G. No honey sauce on me. On the biscuit where it stays. The honey sauce don't play. I love it when you call me Big Pop. Put a biscuit in my mouth and nothing else can top ya. The goodness of the biscuit got me big in the soup. But keep the honey sauce away from all my chicken wings. But what the fuck is up with all this biscuit called behavior? Silver lady on the beach is not your fucking savior. Blessing this biscuit from beyond the grape. And TikTok is went from the spiritual plane. But keep the honey sauce off the one of the chicken. Keep it on the biscuit and let the plot thicken.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Get your honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it mixes with my chicken wings. Get none of that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes on my chicken wings. Take it down, nurse.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the biscuit.
Only on Sovereign Soul and Chan Mind.
Absolutely, that was fantastic, man. That is, you know. Let's get a
Now, if we can
DJ's
just
perspective on that.
What's up, brother?
Well, let's get a DJ's perspective on that rendition of "Taste the Biscuit."
I like the man, you know, her partner. He was brilliant, but she.
Do you like the original better though?
I've not seen the original, mate. I've not seen the original.
Your microphone is really shitty.
Your mic's not on.
1 minute, mate. Back in 1 minute.
All right.
All right. But yeah, we all like to taste the goodness of the biscuit.
Yes.
That's what I like.
I'm favorite to the original, but the remixes are coming out, so I'm sure there'll be more. I got my greasy fingers on it.
Hey, the only way that could be better is to superimpose one of those dancing girls doing their moves.
Which one?
I don't know. Maybe that any one of them, really.
Well, I
Maybe
mean,
you
which
could even get
which
that-
one's your favorite? Do you like the one that does the drop it to the floor? You know,
I like that one and the splash one.
Splash is good.
Splash, yeah. I mean,
You don't
any
like
one of them,
the
as long as they got
Latino?
the move. Huh?
You don't like the Latino dancing?
Yeah, you could do that one too.
hot.
But that one's moving a little quick for the beat.
What about that one? Hang on. What about this one here? I mean, what do you think about this one?
Taste the biscuit.
I've done you loosen up my buttons, baby, but you keep running. Say what you gon' do to me, but I see nothing.
Yeah, that's she got plenty of biscuits.
That's hilarious.
I bet her G-spot squirts gravy. Oh, gross. No incarnated unlimited. Where'd Heron go? She just up and disappeared, just went away, just dropped off, just left. Where'd Heron go?
Dropped the link and dropped off.
Dropped the link and dropped off. How do you like that? I'll be golly. Anyway, Denmark has deployed its military to Greenland. No, this is not satire. There it is. No, that's the moon.
Oh,
No,
it gets
Moon
better.
Shadow, I wasn't talking about you. Because I always say that. I go, where's the moon? And Moon Shadow comes in. Here they are.
Yes, jagt. Velkommen til.
Oh, Sov. Oh, breaking news. Got
What?
another one. Last link.
No. Really? Is it
Yep.
more? Is it
Yep.
more?
Found another one.
Oh, good. Hang on.
This is a good one.
Oh, God. Is this?
I don't know
for the
why
high
when you
school?
said it's not satire, I thought maybe like the Seven Dwarfs were going to be marching out.
No, but I mean, think about that. Think about that. Those, that's their army. I mean, is that it? I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss of what. to
That'll
think about
protect
that.
200 yards.
I mean, at least it's a show of resilience. I can say that, but that's not all of NATO. And from what I understand, other places are sending their fucking troops in there too. I don't know. I'll have to stay. Let me see if there's any comments on that. Let me see real quick. No, somebody said something stupid. Yeah, people are like, this is real. Yeah, a lot of laughies. Oh, that's too bad. But it don't matter. This guy's on the wrong side of every fucking thing. That's just all I got to say about this guy. Wait, what is this? Why does these widgets come out? I don't want those. Wow, that was really weird. My mouse went to just the right place and some kind of thing popped out on my screen. I hate when that happens. Anyway, I got to go over here to this one. Ah, damn it, I do it again. See, this happens every time. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, what do you think a dampening field is?
It's one of those fields that they dampen. It's wet. It's probably
That
very
a
wet.
52 bomber could ricochet off of.
Yeah, I know. I don't understand that either. How it ricochets without getting crushed. or maybe, I don't know, dampening field would be like that it's not solid. And I mean, you're not hitting a solid, you just kind of
So how do you think that how do you think that airplane could have landed there without ricocheting off that same dampening field?
Well, see, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't as high or something. I don't know, man. I'm not as up to date on my Martian alien technology and shit.
We need
But
an
I
expert.
can do a very good impersonation of that little Martian from Bugs Bunny. I can do that one. I can. Oh dear. Oh no, he goes like this. Oh dear. Someone's stolen the Iridium Q636 space modulator. I was going to blow up the Earth. It obstructs my view of Venus. Is that pretty good? Not like it?
Well, I'm glad you said Venus instead of Uranus.
I don't want to be
He's
looking
been
at
there.
Uranus.
He's been there. He got his fudge pack though.
I got my fudge packed in Uranus. I did indeed. I have a shirt from Uranus. What do you
Straight out of
think about that?
Uranus.
Straight out of the Uranus. All right, here we go, y'all. Sorry to have to do this to you, but I'm doing it.
It's getting big.
Hey, no more.
Now you got me thinking there'll be nurses doing it, right?
Don't give him ideas.
Oh my god.
this is getting out of control.
We have like high school bands at sporting events doing the song and shit. Come on, y'all. What's up? But see, that's the thing. It's so fucking stupid that it's catchy. You know? That's like, you remember, here's another one. You remember that one who, I forget who did it. Was it Suzanne Vega? That one that says, I am sitting in a restaurant. It's just saying this nonsensical fucking dumb shit, and it like stuck in your ear. And I hated that goddamn song. And it was like,
hey, what about that song?
Fuck you.
What about that song? Popping tags. I'm gonna pop some tags. Got $20 in my pocket.
I don't know about that one, bro.
Well, it's the same kind of thing, man. Just a bunch of people. It's like that stupid. People would do it.
I mean, it was like, wow. So there's a whole movie with that toasters and what is it? Moose? Toasters and moose. Yeah. It's that lady and the dude with the keyboard.
It's got a great clip where he's sitting on the bench and some girl walks up to him and hands him a sandwich and says, "Here, do you want my sandwich?" And he's like, "I'm not homeless." And he throws it at her. Fucking great.
It's fucking hilarious. I mean, and it's a stupid movie. It's kind of like they did a thing kind of like Spinal Tap, but with this toaster and moose. I don't know, man. People do all kinds of crazy shit, and
there's a heavy metal version.
I love them for it, though. I love them for it because the shit that people come up with, some of it's just the dumbest fucking shit. But you go, you know what? I can dig it. You know.
I like the band one, and I like the original of the best. The band one's good too. Oh my god, that's classic. And yeah, I did find a heavy metal version, but it's kind of hard.
Where was the first place you had heard anything about anybody questioning how come we never see any new graveyards?
A while ago, like beginning of the year.
Where? Who was it? It was me.
Yeah, I think it was you.
Yeah. Now it shit's all over the place, man. People are making fucking videos about it and they're doing math and they're fucking figuring this shit out, man.
Doesn't work.
Dude, I started a fucking thing. I think that I actually threw that out there and people fucking, like I said, by word of mouth, people start talking about it. They start wondering about it. One guy makes a video about it. Hey, yeah, that's a good question. How come this has happened? I mean, I'm not wanting credit or nothing for it, but I think I hadn't heard nobody talk about this until after I said something.
I think I remember we were talking about this because when you mentioned this, the first thing I said was, "Oh, well, more people are getting
cremated."
burned up.
Right.
Because it's cheaper. So
But look at you run these numbers. This is no shit. I mean, I gotta agree with this. Listen,
I need somebody to help me understand. Now, this has been bugging me for a while now. So since 1990, I've done the research, okay? Approximately, give or take, over 90 million people have died in the United States of America. 90 million people since 1990. We're in 2026 now. I've been to a couple graveyards recently, and I realized when I went to the graveyards back when my grandfather passed away back in 1989, 1990-ish, versus now, and the graveyards haven't filled up. They haven't changed. I remember going as a kid seeing it like half of the graveyard was full. And then a couple other graveyards in my local area. But they haven't gotten any bigger. They haven't filled up. When was the last time you've seen a graveyard being built? I can't ever remember finding a new graveyard. I've actually looked it up. There are no new graveyards. They're the same graveyards with the same amount of bodies in them. If we've had 90 million people die since 1990, can someone explain to me, like a small child, where all the bodies are going? They say, oh, well, they're getting cremated, or, they're doing, they're stacking the bodies, or they're recycling the plots. I don't buy it. Where are they going? And how come none of these cemeteries are full yet? They're not at max capacity. You don't ever see an out of order sign with the gates closed. There's always more space. They're always taking deposits for plots, but they're never filling up. I don't get it. Can someone explain to me what's going on with these cemeteries and where all the bodies are going? I really want to know.
No, we got a cemetery. Well, we got a cemetery in Luray. In fact, there's a couple of them that they are full. They are full, but all the graves go back a long ways. Because they're like walled in, and you go in there, and there's not an empty grave spot anywhere in the place. I mean, it's not huge. It's not a huge cemetery, but I mean, there's a few like that, but those are really old. And then you go, there's like these other ones that just like never fill up. And once in a while, you might pass by a cemetery and you see them. They got one of those little awnings up there, and there's cars parked, and they're burying somebody. But man, you should actually, based on the amount of people, I mean, it can't be everybody's being cremated. It can't be, because I'm just saying,
especially in places like in crazy high amount of people living areas like California. What state has the most amount of people per square mile? It's got to be like California, New York, Boston, Chicago, because they have the most amount of people in such a small area. When you think about that, it's like places like California, you would have to have a graveyard in every town that would probably cover a quarter of the outside. You know what I mean? Just to cover the amount of people that have died just in one county in a year. Never mind the entire state. It's got to be some insane number.
Why would that dude be claiming you don't see an out of order sign? You would see a no vacancy.
I wouldn't see out of order. It's like, damn, standing there with a quarter to go in. And it's like, damn, it's out of order.
It's like, how do you build a graveyard? It's like you don't see any graveyards being
Well,
built.
you know what I'm
How
saying
do you
is like
build a graveyard?
you know, it's like you'd see like obviously where there'd be an area with trees maybe and some you know, like a park like area wall, and they wall it off and say, you know, this is the new, you know, they always give them some kind of a fucking name that sounds like a rest home, you know. And I don't know, you know, Memorial Park or whatever. And you never see that happen, you know, like, oh, we want to develop this land to accommodate the burial of our citizens as we run out of grave plots at such and such a cemetery, you know, and they cut the ribbon and, you know,
Right. No, groundbreaking.
right, some kind of thing or whatever. Or you'd go by and see like a graveyard that only has 1 or 2 graves in it. And then
Coming soon.
maybe about a year or 2 later, you go by and maybe there's about 10 or 15, you know, or whatever, just to keep up with appearances, whatever. But, you know, the thing is, you don't see that. Now, I've seen there's like a little graveyard that we pass, and I believe it's a family graveyard up along, I think it's on 340. And, you know, it's not full, but I've been here 30 years and I've never seen a new grave in there ever. You know, so I think it's like a family graveyard, and there's a number of those around here.
Here's what I found: in the United States, all causes of death rates table by state, which includes all races, including Hispanic, Latino, both sexes, and all ages from 2019 to 2023, was 3.2 million people. 3,215,616 people died between 2019 and 2023.
Wow. Peter says there in New Hampshire, there's a lot of small family graveyards there too. Yeah. Listen, well, your history there goes back as far as ours does here in Virginia, as far as a lot of that's, well, up here in the park, that's federal property now. They stole that and made the people that lived up there, they made them move down into the valley here back at the early part of the 1900s, and claimed it for eminent domain. And they built the Skyline Drive and the Shenandoah National Park. Well, a lot of these families that are down here now, their family cemeteries and old homesteads are up there in the park. Now, even though they lost their homesteads, some of the cabins and shit are still there, but primarily the graveyards, the family graveyards are still there. And there are people here that when they die, I know that they have a funeral and they take the body up there and have they are granted access, like they have a key to the fire road that leads up there. They call it a fire road now, but it was actually the main road up to the area onto the mountain. It's the same road that Ewell took his troops down on his way to Gettysburg. Anyway, that's where they crossed over at. Anyway, they have like access keys to get through the gate to go up into their family homestead graveyards and shit. And remember that guy I was talking about that I said he was the self-proclaimed mayor of a hollow?
Yeah.
He said, my name Pooey Guay. You motherfucker gotta go down the country, get your check. He said, I just go out to my mailbox, motherfucker. Anyway, when he died, it's quite a thing. I guess his friends and family they put him in a car and took him for one last ride around through Stanley, the town here. And then when they had the funeral, they went up and he's buried up in the park because those people that got run down from off the mountain, a lot of them went into Pine Grove Hollow, including a lot of the people that lived back there. So yeah, pretty crazy.
Real quick, when you were mentioning that, I looked it up because somebody in the comment mentioned cremation. I went and looked it up, and the annual cremation growth rate It says in 2024 in the United States has actually gone up a lot. It was 38.1% in 09. It was 46.7% in 2014. It was 54.4% in 2019. In 2024, it's projected to be 61.8%. And it says the annual growth rate per year over 2019 to 2024 was 1.49. In Canada, it's insane. 76.7% of people in Canada are cremated in 2024.
Yeah, that's what they're telling them, but then they still have that ham that they call bacon, Canadian bacon. That's people.
And here's the other thing. I do know what Peter is talking about because I'm obviously I live in New Hampshire. I grew up in Boston though, so there was graveyards everywhere in Boston.
What's that you say? You live with a hamster?
Yes,
What?
a new hamster.
You live with why do you live with a hamster? Are you lonely?
Up here, they would actually, family. They would have these family graves where they would bury you in the backyard, like literally in the corner of the property.
Well, if you do that, if it's designated a cemetery and you don't have to pay taxes.
That was a common thing up here. It's still common.
Did you know that?
I have one right down the road from me, literally, where it has graves.
If you have someone, a family member or something, buried on your property, you don't have to pay property taxes.
Is an animal considered a family member?
Not yet, but I'm putting a petition in right now.
I was gonna say.
That's why Donald Trump buried his ex-wife on his on his golf course, so he didn't have to pay taxes on it.
Nice. He did name it after her too, and
I don't know. Of course not. He only did that to not have to pay taxes on his golf course.
So
He's
what hole is she?
Huh? What hole is she?
Yeah.
She's the third hole.
Oh God.
No, she's the fourth hole. What? The fourth hole? What are you talking about?
Up here, they have graveyards all over the place up here. The ones that I used to see when I was a kid, me and my friend used to, go walk 2-3 miles down the road, and they had a graveyard from the 1700s on the border of Pembroke and Suncook, New Hampshire. And they have a ton of graves on this 2 or 3 little small roads that run off into the next town that like the gravestones are from the 1800s.
Uh-huh.
They still go by and mow them and keep them clean. And they open them. They're not open all the time, but some parts of the year they open the gates and you can go walk through there and stuff. But I think they're kind of getting away from that because the kids go in there and screw with them. And
I'll tell you what's pretty crazy, man. As you go up the mountain down here, if you go going up Pine Grove, where that guy said he was the mayor of, you start up the Pine Grove, and then off to your right there's a road. It's called Tanner's Ridge. Okay, that little area is called Tanner's Ridge, and that takes you up the mountain, right? And that right there is how the Confederate Army under Ewell went over the mountain toward Gettysburg. That's what they use that to screen their movements. Anyway, history aside, Stav's got a buzz. Anyway, my aunt and uncle, and now my cousins, they own this property up in there, and they had their houses. My cousin had his house, and my aunt and uncle had their house in there. And just as you start up the mountain, and I was back there looking around, and we found a Confederate grave, and it was marked with a Confederate veteran grave marker. And it was way back in the woods and the weeds. Nobody even knew it was the fuck there or anything.
Yeah.
And next to it was another stone that we presume was probably his wife. But see, Virginia was so fucking poor after the Civil War, it wasn't even funny. Virginia was the most harshly punished state in all of the Confederacy after the war with Reconstruction and shit. I mean, incredible, just incredible. And people couldn't afford gravestones. I can show you graveyards around here that are nothing more than just slabs of slate sticking up with the inscriptions are worn off, because that's all it was just slate, you know, and 100 years or more of you know, erosion on them. They're just a chipped off piece of slate that they picked up, or limestone that they got off the mountain and marked the grave.
Yep.
You see that's all over the place down here.
Oh, that place you were talking about. What was that place? The place in California there where they're next to the military base?
Yeah. Are you talking about China Lake Naval Air Weapons?
Yeah, but they got that town next to it.
Ridgecrest.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
shit. Ah, man, but I saw a thing about that too. They had the same thing. They had all the miners cemetery over there where they had the silver mines.
Oh, yeah.
And man, they same thing, huge. And nobody knows who's in there because they kept no records of any of it. So there's people buried out there that they don't even know who they are.
Oh, I know. Yeah, there's graves all over the place. There's bodies out in that desert people haven't even found. You know, all over around the Mojave Desert. Listen, if you're not, this is the thing. If you don't respect the desert, it will kill you.
Oh yeah. Okay. Did you ever hear the story about the rock and roll guy who disappeared out there from the 60s, Jim Sullivan? He was like a folk singer in the 60s, California.
Oh, yeah.
And he disappeared out there in the Mojave, just wandered off and wandered out and with a bottle of booze, and something happened to him. They never found him.
It's easy to do, man. It's easy to do. Because here's the thing. If you're not used to it, this is the thing about out there. The air, you're at a higher elevation for first off, okay? And it's so clear and so vast that you can see for a really long distance, and things that look like they're just right there are miles away. And shit can fool you. I walking and hiking in the distance. Well, yeah, I could see how people, now you take water with you, you know, and of course I had the aid of my Jeep, but I was putting myself in mind of those back in, say, the 1800s with the wagons. This is supposing that story is true. And I could see how it would be very easy, because these guys, man, look, they had to have somebody walking ahead of them moving fucking rocks out of the way to run these wagons through. This ain't no shit. And you can still see the wagon trails out there where the rocks have been moved.
Yeah.
And you got to figure, because you'll look off in the distance and it looked like, oh, look, there's a town right there. And it looks like a town. But then as you get closer to it, you look and it's not a town. It's just a formation of rocks, and they just happen to look like a town. You know, shit's deceiving. Shit is deceiving. Distances are deceiving. You underestimate dehydration because of the fact that you don't really sweat, because it's so arid that as soon as sweat comes out of your body, it immediately evaporates. So you don't get sweaty at all. And you can cool off merely just by getting out of the sun. But the thing is that you will get dehydrated if you don't keep taking in some water. I've gone a whole days and shit outside where I'm drinking water and never once piss.
That's crazy.
That ain't no shit. All of it went out of me and evaporated immediately. It's that crazy, man.
I've never been in the desert. It's the one place that I've always wanted to go.
I'll tell you.
Like me and my friends used to me and my friend was saving money to do Route 66 when we were really young. I said, when I get my car, I'm going to do Route 66. I read a book at the library about Route 66, and I'm like, I am going to do it. And I never did it. And I'm 53 years old now.
Eat mushrooms and meditate in the Mojave Desert. Dude, that is a spiritual fucking place. I'm not kidding you, man. And And in Death Valley, let me tell you something. Even though they say the name, I mean, think about what the name is.
Yeah, the
Death
heat.
Valley, right? Bro, it's anything but dead. It is. It's anything but dead. Okay. It's just different. Okay. Now, everything out there is designed to protect itself in some way or another. So you have to respect it. Otherwise, it will kill you. There are critters out there that just want to be left the fuck alone, and you got to know to just leave them alone. It's that simple.
Snakes and scorpions. I saw a guy with a UV light at night walking through the desert, finding all the scorpions, and they glow.
Yeah.
They glow like you can see them with the black light.
At the resort at Panamint Springs, we had these dirt bikes because they often had to go down and repair the generators, and they were equipped with those UV lights. Because what'll happen is you go along and you run over one of those fucking things, it pisses it off and it throws it back up off the tire onto your back or onto your arm or something. That fucking thing's response is to want to sting you. So, I mean, they won't kill you. They're not like the Middle Eastern spiders or scorpions. They won't kill you, but they'll leave a hell of a fucking wallop on you. They'll leave a hell of a wallop on you.
I watched a video a while ago of a guy eating a cactus. I never knew that you could eat a cactus, but he said that it can save your life if you're stranded because of the water that they hold.
It wasn't jackass, was it?
What?
It wasn't jackass. Somebody ate a cactus.
No, some guy
there's
that's showing
water
how
in
to
the
survive.
cactus. There's moisture and water inside the cactus. Now, here's the thing too, is a lot of cacti. Now we all know about the what's the one from the mescaline? Peyote. Okay. Peyote has the hallucinogen in it, right? Now, well, yeah, that's so did you know that there's a lot of cactus have that same ingredient, that same shit is inside of it. Okay. So those ones you get that are like a barrel cactus, you know, the ones I'm talking about, you pick them up.
That's
at
what he
Home
was
Depot.
eating.
Yeah. Well, about a foot's worth of it is worth about a dose of acid.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
This thing looked like a cucumber. It was like
Yeah.
He said it was kind of like a gritty cucumber. He said it was
Yeah.
gritty when you eat it.
Yeah.
And he
You
shows you how to
survive
peel it
on
off without stabbing yourself and stuff.
But yeah, you got to be careful, man. Like, have you ever had prickly pear juice?
No.
That shit is awesome for kidneys and kidney disease. But there's a thing that, boy, you don't think about it. I didn't think about it. I had been privy to prickly pear juice, and I was like, man, that shit's good. Well, I picked up some prickly pears that had fallen off of a cactus. And they're kind of fuzzy and shit. I didn't think nothing of it. I stuck them in my pocket. I thought I'll squeeze them out later and get that juice out of them, right? Dude, all of a sudden I had like this rash on my leg and shit because them hairs on them, those are like little spines. But they're real flexible like hair, but they'll poke you and they leave like a chemical reaction in your skin, man. They're fucking horrible. And it's kind of like insulation. You know, have you ever got itchy from insulation?
Yeah.
Okay.
The fiberglass.
It's exactly like that. Yeah. It's like fiberglass. And it was in my pockets. So even after I took them out of my pockets,
your hands started getting that way.
Yeah, man. They're fucking awful as fuck, man. It was terrible. Now you'll see those tortoises, and they'll have those fucking things sticking out of their snout and shit all over the place, and they just come up and eat them. I've seen desert tortoise before out in the wild. They're pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I've never been in the desert. It's the one place I've always wanted to visit. I don't know if I wanted to go and see California, but I always thought, you know, even if I just go down to like Arizona somewhere and then turn around and come back, and
once you get all them damn brown people out of there, then it'll be a nice place to visit. I'll tell you what.
Well, just because of the danger factor, you know, California's an interesting place. I always thought it was, but it's a dangerous place to be if you've never been there. It's kind of one of those things where you don't walk in the wrong neighborhood, you know.
Oh,
Too much
well,
hate.
that's, you know what? Now that's LA. And, just like
Oakland.
every other city in America, LA is an armpit. Okay. It just is. These cities.
From my perspective, from across the pond, Detroit sounds the worst place in America.
Where?
Detroit.
Detroit's bad. Yeah, I grew up around Detroit, so yeah.
Or
But what I'm
Chicago.
saying is all the cities are fucking armpits. Okay, that's just how cities have always been armpits. Let's think about that. We're in the days, just as it was in the days of Noah, so shall it be in the coming of the Son of Man. Right? Here we are. We're exactly the same. All these cities are armpits. They're cesspools of this corruption, iniquities that would be blasphemous to God. And it's going on all over the place, so it's not a left-wing, right-wing thing at all. They're all, these fucking power people are depraved. And they pose as whatever. I mean, look at this Erica Kirk, for instance. Let's look at what she had posed herself as in comparison to what we know about her now, right? Well, now we know for sure that she was a CIA asset. She was a handler. She was a honeypot. We know this. She goes back to intelligence and operations and psychological warfare operations at Fort Huachuca all the way back. She's implicated in these child trafficking ring that was kicked out of Romania. Now, you know how bad you have to be to get kicked out of fucking Romania? Man? You know what I'm saying? Okay. So what really happened, man? I mean, we saw an actress exposed, but the problem is they're all actresses and they're there to put out the divide, right? And this is a good little skit that somebody did here. It's MAGA in 2020 versus MAGA now. Okay. Listen to this. This is crazy.
How dare you ask for my vaccine papers? It's freaking un-American communism. I'm just trying to go to Target and they're trying to ask me for my papers and they won't let me go into Target. I want to go into Target. Hi, officer. Yeah, 1 second. I got my papers, passport, if you want to take a look at that. I've got my birth certificate, Eric's license just in case. I'm not wearing a mask to go to the freaking bar, okay? Can't breathe in that thing. I have a medical condition called inhalation lung breathing difficulty disease. I can't wear that. I can't wear that. I can't wear my mask. Damn Democrats. Hi, officer. Ice baby. I like your mask. Where's that from? Amazon? I might have to get one for myself. Then we can be matching. Joe Biden, he's trying to hush us up. And he's trying to convert us all to gay lesbians. Hi, officer. You can do whatever you want to me. You're so cute. My husband won't care. Trust me. He'll probably love to watch. I can get on the ground. Whatever works for you. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and. Okay.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, I've seen some bootlicking, man. That's just not fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is crazy. Here's a little Easter egg. From Austin Powers. It's a little Easter egg in Austin Powers. This is kind of crazy. Watch this, y'all.
Y'all, I'm sitting here watching Austin Powers. I don't know why I wanted to watch Austin Powers, but anyways, I never noticed this. Please watch. Does that say Diddy on Dr. Evil Booty? Because that say Diddy. Now, wait a minute. This movie came out in 2000 what? Something ain't right.
I used to think you were crazy. I know, but now I can see your nuts. I thank you.
This is crazy.
Why would he have had that in that movie on? Diddy wasn't up on any of that shit, was he?
Maybe they were trying to tell you something by saying, here, this is Diddy. This is what they do. Hey, look at his ass.
God damn, look at this shit. This is going on right now. This is fucking crazy. Give me your papers or else.
She's telling him like his name ain't Willie, but they still need his ID. Look at this shit, y'all. Stop! Y'all stop! Oh my God! Yeah, fucking stop! I'm trying to force this man and let y'all take him somewhere. No, y'all stop it! Y'all stop! She's telling him like.
Wow. Brian, would you join ICE for $50,000? You're muted, by the way, son. What's your problem, man? Brian, what the fuck's your problem? Look at there. He's froze now. No, he's not. You're muted, bro. You don't know.
I was trying to get out of the chat room. Sorry, brother. No, I wouldn't join for any amount of money.
Good for you. I know I would.
I wouldn't do it. You know, I don't know. It's weird. I don't think I would.
I can see why they've got as many recruits as they have, because it's like instant cash for a minute. It's like an instant cash injection.
50 grand, you know. It's 50 quick ones. So,
all right, I'm going to share something with you here. Let me pull this down here real quick. Let me put this up. Let me see. There it is. Y'all see that? Okay, this is the Fourth Amendment. Now listen to this. What it says is the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution protects individuals from unreasonable searches and seizures by the government. It states that people have the right to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects, and that warrants can only be issued based on probable cause. So this amendment limits the power of law enforcement to conduct searches without a warrant or probable cause, which asking for your papers, remember what it said? Persons, houses, papers, and effects. This amendment limits the power of law enforcement to conduct searches without a warrant or probable cause, ensuring a degree of privacy and security of individuals. Historically, it reflects the principle that every man's house is his castle, emphasizing the importance of personal privacy. Now, let's take a look at what it actually says. I don't know if that's still there or not. It says here, and this is the Fourth Amendment, okay? And let me get rid of that for a second. And I'll bring this up. And this is from constitution.congress.gov, okay? It says the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. They're not doing any of that. They're not abiding by any of that. And so these people that are resisting this are actually way more American, way more patriotic than these people that are trying to arrest them. How is violating the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, how is violating the Bill of Rights making America great? What is your definition of great? What is it? Nobody can tell me. Everybody's got a different fucking version of it. Apparently, Donald Trump thinks is the version of being great is being a bully and pushing everybody around, just like he pushed all those other dignitaries out of the way to push his big Mussolini face up in front of everybody. That guy's nothing but a fucking egomaniac, man. Bitched and cried and whined. They tried about not getting that Peace Prize, cried so much that they made a participation trophy basically for him. The first annual winner of the FIFA Peace Award. It'd be interesting to see if they have that again next year.
Probably not.
No, I doubt that they will. But you see what's going on, man? This guy he's all about, oh, I want to have shit named after me. He would love to have statues of himself and shit.
I'm surprised he isn't talking about his legacy and doing all about it. Just start asking him, what about your legacy, Mr. President?
Oh my God. His legacy is already written. His legacy, old tent peg Donnie, dude. Yeah. There's a thing about, listen, I have it on here.
Hey,
too.
I have a question.
This dude was talking about this dude would shit his pants. He literally, one of the things, okay, so this guy talks about that he worked on that show, The Apprentice, okay, that Donald Trump did. Now it's quite a while back, right? So this motherfucker, he got mad because there was some word that he couldn't pronounce on the cue cards, and he got mad and yelled and said that the script department was trying to sabotage him, and he threw a fit and then fucking blew a shit in his pants, and everybody could smell it. They heard it, and he shit his pants, and they had to go and fucking wipe him. Dude, there's more to this too. So he had a gastroenterologist, and when Trump became president, the first thing that happened, like right as soon as he did, there was some agents went to this doctor's office and like confiscated all of Trump's records about his fucking colon and shit. So this dude got wrecked by this tent peg. I'm pretty sure. There's a lot of evidence that supports what Sasha Riley said. And I hope he stays safe, because this fucking monster needs to be brought to heels, man. I'm serious, y'all. I'm serious. What is all this shit happening back in here?
What are you doing?
I'm looking.
I put that video in the back. I don't know if you want to watch it, but I threw it in there anyway for the guy eating the cactus.
Oh, no, I don't want to see nobody eat a cactus. Dude, listen, I found out how much it took, and it's true. We found out how much it took of one of those cacti, because we had one when I was out in the desert. So we took it and we reduced it down, just like they showed. And I drank that shit. And let me tell you something, it tasted nastier than fuck, but I tripped balls. I fucking tripped balls.
This one is, the one that it shows. It's not any of that. It's just like if you were in a situation where that's how what you had to do. It even shows you how to identify the different ones, and it's pretty interesting. I never ever knew that you could eat those.
Oh yeah,
until I watched the video for a couple.
You don't want to eat all of them. Listen, I'll tell you what, man. There's some shit that's out there, and it's like, look, they even you look at it and it says,
don't eat me.
Just don't touch me. Don't fuck with me at all. There's these they kind of like a weed if you're not careful, but you can also use them as perimeter defense. And they're called choyas. They're called a choya cactus, right? And they're like a stick. They grow up and then they have these sticks that come off them. And they got these fucking needles on them that are about that goddamn long. And let me tell you something. You get up on one of those things and it's going to fucking hurt you. It hurts really bad.
You ever walk through like a field or so walk through some things and you get those like pricklies, the pricklies that you walk through. It's like a little
Oh
bush.
yeah,
Yeah, you get those pricklies that stick all over you. You're like, son of a
yeah,
bitch. The next day you
those
get all little
burns.
red marks all over you.
Yeah, yeah.
You ran into some shit once with shorts on. Those things
You ever
tore
get
my
those
leg
little
up.
hard fucking things? What do they call them? Sandburrs. We call them sandburrs. They're the little spiky fucking hard things. Usually are on the ground. I don't know what they come from, but they're horrible. Anyway, here's what those motherfuckers are doing, man. Check this out. This is more of this. We got to be careful. This is coming everywhere. This is going to be everywhere. If we keep letting this go unchecked. And I mean, I hope the people of Minnesota or somebody there can get up and fucking do something about this. Get these motherfuckers to back off. Look, there's other ways you can make people listen. Like I said, if these people, the only problem with them is that they're using tax money for some reason, then stop giving them benefits. Outside that, if they're working and they're, or whatever else, what the fuck are you doing, man? Leave them alone. That you don't have to militarize our streets and then pretend it so you can get violent criminals. You made that shit up. Yeah, there's violent criminals, but that shit, you made that up. You said that the whole thing is made up about, oh, you sent all these violent criminals in here. Joe Biden let them in and we got to go and get them out. Dude, I don't see you arresting violent criminals. This dude's not a violent criminal. Look at this. And they arrested this guy. Listen.
The intimidation was like, that's what it was about.
For Jose Martinez and wife Tamara Veras, the past 48 hours have been emotional.
We weren't treated like you have no rights.
We felt violated.
Jarring, traumatizing.
This is clearly some sort of misunderstanding. And, I was just in shock.
It was the last day of a 9-day Carnival cruise with friends and family.
We were both dead asleep.
When they say ICE agents stormed into their room.
Then we got this pounding of the door. Yeah, it burst open. 3 men came in with flashlights in their faces, yelling commands, ordering me out of bed and put me against the wall and handcuffed me.
They had called a female agent because they realized I wasn't dressed. And so she came in the room and she saw me filming and she jumped on top of me to try and get my phone. And I pushed her off once and she jumped again and snatched it from my hand.
Martinez, who's a U.S. citizen and Coast Guard veteran, was taken from his wife and put in a holding cell in an unknown location off the boat.
I mean, thankfully it was early, so I don't think a ton of people saw me, but, it was just...
It was still humiliating. I mean, he doesn't have a criminal record. He's never been arrested. He's never had handcuffs on.
Little was shared until finally.
This was all based off of just my first and last name. They said that they thought this was someone who had warrants for drug trafficking.
After almost 2 hours.
They took my fingerprints to help verify my identity, took my photo.
It was realized they had the wrong guy and brought Martinez back to the boat.
No apology. No, we're so sorry for the mistaken identity. No, at one point I remember hearing one of the agents saying that they didn't feel good about the way everything happened and that they kind of knew beforehand that this was going to be a name mismatch, kind of mistaken identity. But they still proceeded to follow through. Yeah.
Now as they reflect.
I didn't necessarily think I wouldn't see him again, but it was just, I didn't know what he was going through.
They're overcome with emotion.
This is happening to people every day. But it's unfair that it's happening in this country at all. So.
Yeah, this is not the USA of 10 years ago, It's a different country.
Yeah. Not the country I served for.
And anger over why this happened place.
He has TSA pre-check. He's had an FBI background check because he has his concealed carry. He's a military veteran. They had his passport. They could have figured all this out without ever even speaking to us.
They could have vetted my information and used that rather than this, raiding our room the way they did.
Carnival Cruise Line tells us they're aware that U.S. Customs and Border Protection took a guest into custody, but wouldn't go into further detail. ICE has yet to respond to our request for comment. You can find more on our website at 12news.com. In Phoenix, Jay Cunningham, 12 News.
All right, Jay, thank you.
Wow.
On a cruise. It's like, hey, we're going on a cruise. You're under arrest.
Yeah, right.
That's rock, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You enjoying your cruise? We want you.
Cruise did it 2 hours later. Imagine them dropping you off and the boat's gone and you're like, hey, great.
Dude, what are they doing, man? This is crazy. And he's wanting to expand this shit too. He wants to draw everything away from the fact that, and look, man, it all ties together. All of it. Erica Kirk, her ties to intelligence, her ties to Trump, her ties to even this trafficking,
BB,
food. This shit is all tied together, man. All these motherfuckers. I told you. Man, these people. What do you think about that, D-man?
It's insane.
They're all
It's not the
psychopaths,
way
aren't
it
they?
should be done. It wouldn't have been as bad if they had said, okay, we apologize. We apologize for that happening. It was just a misunderstanding. It was just a screw up with the names. Maybe we didn't have the right information. Sorry about that, sir. And call it a. That's how normal people would do it. Assholes just drop you off and drive away. Don't say a word. It's like, wow, huh? Not even a hey, sorry about that. No worries. We'll have somebody contact you. Enjoy your.
Yeah,
enjoy
but it's like he said though. He has like a passport. He served in the military. They spent all that time figuring out how they were going to get on that boat and bust in his room and did all that planning when they could have just took that time and went over the documents and checked his name and stuff like that. It's weird.
This isn't really about immigration. Okay, this isn't. This is something else.
It's a power play.
It's just kind of a little bit off, but loosely connected. Knowing what you know about Erica Kirk right now, I have all guys on here. So girls, don't take this the wrong way. We're not objectifying women, except kind of we are. All right. So knowing what you know about Erica Kirk's a pretty good looking woman, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
She's attractive. She's pretty. Now, knowing what you know about her, would you hit that?
No.
No, I wouldn't either.
No, absolutely not.
Does that mean you can't strike a woman?
No, not, not. Dude.
What the hell, man?
You know what I'm saying?
She's ruined the chances with me now, Erica Kirk.
No,
she's ruined it.
I hope she knows that. Brian. You know what? I'm going to send her an email,
Yeah. Her loss.
I'm going to say.
I've never hung out with anybody who was kicked out of a country.
You know what? Well, right. And plus, how would you I think she's such a bad actress. Maybe you'd be able to tell she was faking. Right.
Yeah,
maybe,
I can tell pretty quick.
Right. Maybe.
I bet you I could.
Maybe Charlie. Maybe
Charlie.
Charlie.
Afternoon.
She's a really, really bad actress.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she did music videos and stuff like that. She was the typical throw the decent looking girl in the video and have her
Dude,
dance around.
I'm just waiting for the porn to get loose. I'm just waiting for the porn. What?
Is there an Agenda 2030 or something like that supposed to take place?
Yeah.
Yeah, around Calgary.
That's been in the pipes for a long time. Since
you guys
the first I heard of it was about 2016, I reckon.
You guys want to see a really cool impersonation of Erica Kirk? Watch this.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
I thought that was Lady Gaga for a second.
That's fucking hilarious.
That silly song's going to go into it because she could have busted into Taste the Biscuit.
She should have. You know what? Yes, she should have. And we should all taste it.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
Oh no.
Telling
Right?
you, man.
Come here. Oh. No.
Hey, she's wearing the same outfit too. Did you notice
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
She is. She's wearing the same outfit as the chicken biscuit woman. Oh, look at that. Look at that big old fella. Oh my goodness me. What a great big old fella. Oh, he's beautiful. Brendel. He's got a Brendel coat. It's a beautiful dog. Look at. How'd you get that dog to come up to you? Do you have like a
He
pork
just
chop
jumped
dog?
right on him.
He's got meat in his pockets or something, probably.
Right, the big man has given me some orders. He wants to go for the wee-wee, so we'll be back in 10 minutes, brothers.
Boo, put the dog back. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm fucking with you, bro. Come on, man. But yeah, that's wild. She is wearing the same outfit as the chicken wing girl. See?
Hello.
Because look. There she is, right? Let's see what that looks like. I gotta time it right out. Perfect. Oh, wait.
Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
On the cross, our Savior said,
Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce.
I like the band one. I like the original, and I like the band one where the kids are playing in the band.
It is definitely infectious. I'm liking it.
It's within 48 hours. There's probably been about 10 different remixes of it that I saw. A metal band one,
Oh my
kids
God.
school band. There's a rap one now. Everybody's remixing it now.
Oh, this is pretty good. This is great, you guys. So that dude, that's the chief of the fucking ICE agents, the little Nazi looking fucking guy. Oh, there's my guy. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
There's my guy. Look at that. Oh, that's a beautiful dog. That's a beautiful dog. What a sweetheart. What a sweetheart. That dog is fantastic. Look
He's
at
called Keith.
He's what? Keith?
Keith.
Keith.
K-E-E-F.
Yeah,
No.
Keith.
Say hello, Keith. Say hello. We'll go for the wee-wee.
He's like, I
Did
don't
he
know.
say queef?
Keith.
Queef. Queef.
Not queef.
What's all this I hear about?
Can't shout queef out there.
What's all this I hear about endangered feces?
I'll be back soon, boys.
Don't threaten us.
Keef, like the
Anyway.
stuff, like the shake. Like the shake. When you
Right.
take the shake out and you got the Keef.
So this guy said we paid $6,000 for Captain Short Shit to dress like Rudolph Hess because he's a Nazi bitch. But don't believe me. Here's the actual Nazi SS overcoats to compare. So hang on real quick.
It's the same kind of haircut.
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah,
I know, man. It's kind of like he's trying.
The unsubtle story of Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino's SS-inspired new uniform. The fasci right lacks imagination. They really have no new ideas. So when Greg Bovino, commander of U.S. Border Patrol, showed up supporting the murder of an American citizen wearing a literal Schutzstaffel greatcoat, it was both disturbing and completely expected. This uniform, which, like fucking look at it, first appeared in October. It seems to be custom just for Bovino, and he seems to have a couple variations in black and green with differing patches. The U.S. BP manual actually forbids this sort of customization, and getting authorization to create, tailor, and wear a massive fucking dog whistle like this would take no less than 4 authorizations, which means the route to get from, hey, I think I want to dress like history's worst villains, to, hey, look, I'm now dressing like history's worst villains, looked something like this. Bovino contacts the Border Patrol chief, who approves the concept. Measurements of Bovino are taken, which hilariously, it turns out, he's a very small man. Teeny tiny. The tailor stifles laughs as Bovino and his high, squeaky voice eke out an explanation that he wants to be a big, scary fascist. The tailor then replicates the 1940s Hugo Boss designs, including lapel shape, the knee-length cut, and even the positioning of insignia. Because no version of current U.S. military or law enforcement uniforms match this design, the entire piece is custom tailored for him, completely bespoke to his body shape, putting the cost at nearly $2,000 a piece, and it seems he has many of these. On the low end, we as a nation shelled out around $6,000 so a teeny tiny munchkin of a man could run around and play fashy dress-up games. Anyway, the Border Patrol purposefully is dressing like Gestapo, and America continues its free-fall descent at terminal velocity towards total control by totalitarian morons.
I love those little cartoons. Those are fun. Those are. Oh, hush, dude. God dang it.
I think I'm going to get out of here in like 5 minutes.
Really?
I've been sitting here for a while. Yeah, I'm kind of tired. Tomorrow,
Was you
we
on
gotta-
another show? Oh, yeah, that's right. You was on Vlad's, wasn't you?
Yeah, I was on Rogers earlier, and then I was on Vlad's for a little while, and I roamed around. I shoveled today. It was cold, so I did it in like 2 stages, so it wasn't as bad. Had a day off, so.
Well, check this out before you go. This is what we've been saying.
Listen up close because this is controversial. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I have not seen one video of ICE arresting any gang members. I have not seen one video of them arresting any drug dealers, any sex traffickers. I haven't even seen them seize any large drug shipments or breaking up any drug labs. I haven't seen any of that. All I have seen is them arresting Walmart workers, Target workers, random passersby on the street who fit the description, breaking up landscaping jobs and labor situations, separating women from their children, killing people. I've yet to see them one time affect the mission in which we were told they're going to be coming to these streets for. They just rousting homeless people and folks that look like they fit the description.
Yeah, I agree, man.
They busted a bunch of people. I think it was in Arizona, and literally cleaned out an entire. They were building houses for like a new community, like a new thing. They had the streets already done, and they were building all these houses along the streets. And yeah, they showed up and cleaned that whole place out. The homeowner was pissed because he's like, I got 10 houses these guys got to build. It's like, wow,
Yeah, I
Shit,
mean,
man.
it's bullshit. And them guys work, man. I'm going to say this right now. I've worked with Mexicans, man, and I respect the shit out of them. I don't give a fuck they got papers, they don't got papers, whatever. Those motherfuckers work their asses off. I'm not kidding you. They really do. And most of them, not all of them. That's, I've run across the kind that are pretty lazy and shit, But man, I'll tell you what, they say they're going to be there in the morning or whatever. Like a lot of times I've seen where a guy would come up and he's the only one on the crew. He's like the foreman, and he's the only one that speaks English, right? And he'd go up and talk to the whoever's job it is. And then he relays that to these guys and they go and do whatever, and man, we've had him come in and do help on framing houses before and shit. And it's not always a whole crew. Sometimes it's only about 2 or 3 of them. And I remember one time there was one guy, he was from where? Guatemala. And I don't even remember what his real name was, because the one guy I worked for, Scotty, I still work with him. he couldn't pronounce his name, and Scotty's like old, holler boy. He's from up in the holler. He says, what? He says, his name's Blomio or something like that. So anyways, he would call him that, Blomio. And the dude didn't know, didn't care. He didn't care. He was there and he'd do whatever. And like, I didn't speak any Spanish, but I'd be like up on the top of the gables.
Hey, Blomio.
Yeah, I would say, hey, Blomio. And he'd look up at me and I'd point toward whatever I needed, like 2x4s or whatever, uno or dos, and he'd go ahead and he says, see, and he'd go grab it and hand it up to me. And he was a good worker. Anyway, he worked and saved all that money and, living with relatives. And it was him and a couple other guys that came. They all lived together and they came and they worked their asses off. And old Blomio, that guy, he still sends Scotty, and this has got to be 20 years ago. That dude, he still sends fucking postcard or Christmas cards to Scotty.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool. Yeah, he saved up a bunch of money and then went home with it, and that was worth a lot of money back. Like, hey, I'm fucking
hell yeah.
There it is.
They don't make a lot of money down there. I think that's what a lot of them do is come here to work and then send the money home. Those I know those car parts companies are all down there, especially for General Motors. They do a lot of I forget the name of the company, but they do a lot of replacement parts for GM cars through the plants down in Mexico. And they don't pay them like $2 an hour or something ridiculously low. Some crazy low money.
Check this out, man. An ICE agent, what is today now? It's the 20th now. This was yesterday. ICE agent sprayed a 15-year-old girl point blank in the eyes and then asked why. He said, I didn't know her age. Like that made it okay.
Yeah, like that was a wow. I didn't know her age. She didn't answer me, so I'm going to pepper spray her. Wow. Okay.
Why would you spray a 15-year-old kid? So you spray a 15-year-old girl? So you spray a kid?
Actually, how old she is?
What's your number?
Back up.
Okay. Come on, Sophia. I'm gonna have to take you to the emergency room.
Listen, that's her big thing. Listen, be careful. That's her big thing. Back up, back up.
Yeah.
Okay. They've been trained to say that. They all say that. Back up, back up. Okay. So this is telling me they've been trained to say that so that this is on camera or whatever else. If they got body cameras, which I don't believe they do, but hell, a lot of this is getting filmed. I think they're trained to say that just like they say, stop resisting, while they beat the hell out of you.
Yeah, exactly.
And somebody observing it from not there goes, oh, I heard him say he must have been resisting because they said stop resisting. So they were trying to get him under control.
I told you, I saw 3 guys pig pile on a dude where his hands were underneath his chest and they were telling him, put your hands behind your back. And he's got 600 pounds of fucking guys on top of him. And he's trying to tell them while they're kicking him in the face. And
dude, I've been there.
Ribs.
Dude, I've been there. Listen, I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you a little story here. Hold on, let me finish this video and then I'll tell you a story. You got time for that?
She should have grabbed the snow and put the snow on that girl's face to try to get that shit off.
Right. Well, best thing to do if you're going to be around that shit, have some milk handy. You put milk on it and it goes right away. I ain't shitting you. If you're ever eating, lettuce too. Lettuce will draw off pepper and hot like that too, believe it or not. That's why they put lettuce on tacos and shit. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
You learn shit every day. From the old Dave Arenio over here. Jerry.
You can just throw a glass of milk in your face and it'll get rid of pepper spray?
You can pour it in your eyes. You pour it in your eyes.
Oh.
Tilt your head back and pour milk into your eyes. Yeah.
The thing is that pepper spray that they have now, it's not like the old shit where it was like gas. Now the stuff they spray is almost like, it's like a mix. It's like a gas and a gel. But the thing
Well,
is,
you
that
know,
even
the thing is too is that some of that shit water makes it worse.
yeah.
You know. Now I'll
The
tell
idea.
you, we got hit with some. We had to go in that gas chamber in the Army.
Oh yeah, they make you do that.
Oh my God, that CS gas, that shit, I can still taste it. I can still, just thinking about it, I can still taste it. It was so bad, so bad. Anyway, we all came out of that place and it was raining outside, right? So what you're supposed to do is you're run outside the gas chamber and you're flapping your arms and shit and you're trying to get fresh air and you're actually fumigating that shit out of your clothes. Well,
to the guy behind you.
well, it was raining. Well, no, they have you run a certain amount of laps around and do that, okay, to fumigate yourself. Well, it was raining hard. So nobody was really fumigating shit. Water was pouring down. So everything got trapped into our uniforms. Everything got trapped into our uniforms and we were soaking wet. So they marched us back to the barracks. We got back, went inside. Everybody took off their BDUs, you know, and everything, and they laid them on the radiators. Well, this shit was in the clothes, back in liquid form with the water from the rain. And when it started to evaporate off of the clothes,
oh man,
it gassed out the entire fucking barracks, man. Ain't that some shit? That's fucked up, isn't it? Hang on, I'm gonna play this, man. Watch.
Where'd my AirPod go?
What you guys do to a little girl? I don't know where your AirPod went. Thank you for having some decency. Put your head back. Put your head back.
I can't see still, Mom.
Wipe your eyes.
I can't see.
Yeah, my daughter better not be fucking blinded either from y'all.
What's in my mouth?
Look how weak these kids are these days, man. We used to eat pepper spray. Fuck them, right?
Spit out.
I can't.
Put some water in your mouth and spit it.
She's a minor.
She's a fucking kid.
I can't see.
Which one of you guys did this? You, huh?
It's the one who was at our door.
This one?
No, this one.
This one did?
This one.
This one? Okay, you're gonna be all over the fucking internet too. Get away from my daughter, please.
Yes, I am out of my car. I'm with the minor student.
That's okay for you to do.
No. Yes, you think it's okay. She was speaking her voice.
Do not. No. You can't. No, you don't. She's a minor.
She's a minor.
She's a minor. You just pepper sprayed her in the eye.
To the federal agent.
Hear that? Did you hear him?
Yep.
That dude's accent. He had an accent.
Yep.
He had a Spanish accent. What's really going on here?
Oh, it's crazy.
Who are these ICE agents, really? Who are these motherfuckers? That's another one that I've heard. It's got that Latino accent.
Take her aside before I arrest her.
She doesn't. We don't even live here.
So what are you guys doing here?
Observing. It's our legal right, isn't it?
This is probably. Listen, we're just waiting.
Fucking wrong. Fucking wrong. Sophia, you need to go to the car.
I can't see.
I will walk you.
I can't see.
I got you.
Why is my mouth burning?
I have more water.
She's a minor. I work at their high school.
The best thing to do is just run water away from the body.
These ICE agents just pepper sprayed a minor.
crazy.
Okay, so listen, I believe you. X-Blade, I believe you. Yes, I believe they did come over the border. And this is what but we all imagined it to be like cells of an army that was going to come together to go against our government. Little did we know that it's actually perpetrated by our government to populate this police force who will go against people just no matter what. Because these guys seem to, a lot of them have a foreign accent, man. And to me, it sounds like it's Latino. I don't know if it's Israeli. There are Israelis embedded amongst them. They are trained by the IDF. They're poorly trained. They're a thug force. They are not law enforcement. You have to have accreditation to be a law enforcement officer. Okay, these guys don't have any kind of accreditation by who? And if that's all it takes to become a cop, well, fuck.
Crazy.
Certainly not vetting these guys. We know that guy that was locked up for J6, he's in it. See, they think they got a popular thing, and it's not popular. It's only popular in their minds because they have these rallies, and a lot of people go, yay. It's not. I warn people about this shit. I warn people. This guy's like a maniac. What is it? The first rule of occupation is what? The occupying force is alien to the occupied. Yes. Listen, we're seeing flagrant disregard. This is crazy.
Well, so let me go. I'll be listening.
All right. See you later,
D,
man. Thanks for coming on, man. We're going to go a little while longer.
Good to see you, Brian. Good to see everybody in chat, too.
Right on, brother.
I'll be in the chat with you.
Right on, bro. What was it say here? Anti-ICE lunatics storm church. Anti-ICE lunatics. Now, this is what Fox News puts for a chyron. Fair and balanced. Sure. These people found out that the pastor of their fucking church, of this church, one of the pastors of this church, was a fucking ICE agent, man. Not kidding you.
Brian, 82% of people saw that video. 53% think that he should be criminally charged for it. And then the Wall Street Journal comes out and they're reporting that there are incentives for ICE agents because they need to meet that insane 3,000 people a day quota, that they're getting rewarded even if they bring in people who then get released. These stories of Americans being detained saying, show me your papers. There was a veteran, U.S. veteran, who's on a Carnival cruise, a U.S. veteran on a Carnival cruise with his wife, who was taken out of his cabin, someone who served this country.
What is the percentage? No percentage.
Do not act like ICE isn't making, I don't even know how many mistakes a day in pursuit of Stephen Miller's 3,000 a day quota and getting paid for it.
Let's give Greg a chance.
Brian, 82% of people saw that video. 53% think that he should be criminal.
Look how Fox tries to fucking defend that shit, man. I can't get it. What was this here? That was the other day, wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Did you see this in Kamchatka? What happened in Kamchatka, Russia? They got this snow, man. Not a snowman. Speaking, Snowman's not here tonight. That's crazy. Anyway, check this out.
Yukarıda yürümek ne kadar zor. Bavulu çekmek daha da zor. Sıcak sıcak.
hold up. Hold the fucking up. How in the hell did they plow that out?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Even if they had a big snow blower with the thing pointed straight up, that wasn't going to work like that.
No. They would have had to tunnel through that. And I don't believe they did that. Man. This is probably not true.
I think it's fake.
I do too. We've debunked it. Just all we have to do is just say yes. Well, it was peer reviewed, right? I said, I think this is fake. You, Moonbounce, as one of my peers, said, I agree. Therefore, it was peer reviewed. Boom. There it is. Now
Yeah,
what?
see, some of those pictures, like the traffic, like merging and going left and right now, that looked plausible just for the traffic. But that one road was like, you could see the asphalt, but it's like the walls were way up there too. And it's just like, there's no way.
Now, wait a
They
second.
had to,
Wait a second. That video might have been AI, but it appears, it says there's insane footage coming out of Kamchatka, Russia, where they have had the largest snowfall in 130 years. Hang on here. You know what we ought to do, really, though?
I don't think they have the manpower to handle that if it really was in all of those years.
Dude, I don't know. That would be, I'm trying to fathom how they could have tunneled that much fucking snow, out of there. Where did they put it? Did they go in just tunnel the shit with like backhoes and shit, and then just have like a train of trucks that would take, man, just judging by the volume of snow that would have had to have been to fill that area. So I think that was something based on something that's really happening, like their fucking houses and shit being, or the reality that they did get hit with a lot of snow. Maybe people are just making really crazy AI videos so they can get clicks and likes and shit. Because
That's what I think, because if it was really that deep, like you're just saying, everybody's just normal house, if they didn't live in a high rise, they'd be in a tomb. How are they ever even going to get out to even get their car out to even get then out of their driveway?
Exactly. I was just
Side
about
road.
all right. So I was just about to bring that up, bro. Check this out. So this is the crazy footage coming out of Kamchatka. And we have crazy footage coming out of Derek Nelson's house right now, where he's showing us Bob Ross therapeutically painting some happy little trees. Little
Well, it's not crazy.
Oh, no, it might be. Those might be the locations of where he's buried his victims.
Oh, no.
Bob Ross may or may not have been a serial killer, and his paintings actually reflect familiar places where he has stashed bodies at.
Yeah, that's a little dark, soft.
There's a whole theory about that. Did you know that?
I did. But I can't verify it.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, everybody, please hit that like button, you know what I mean? But anyway, here you go, out of Kamchatka. Here we go.
Pulling out the coupe at the lot, 24-12 for the SWAT, busting all the bells out the box. I just hit a lick with the box, had to put the stick in the box. Pour up the whole damn field, I'ma get lazy. I got the mojo deal, people tripping like the 80s. Pulling out the coupe at the lot,
So how you getting your car out? They're trying to dig them out, I guess. I don't know, man. I saw a guy up there on the snow trying to This is what? Russian city of Kamchatka buried by historic snow. Don't think I've ever seen anything like this. So let me just show this real quick. This is, oh man, this is terrible. I get cold thinking about this shit. Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck? No way. Come on.
That looks trippy right there, man.
No, dude, come on. That is biblical, man. Look at that.
That's like some day after tomorrow stuff, right?
Yeah.
Some apocalyptic.
What the fuck? That can't be real. No way. There's no way that can be real. Come on. Nuh-uh. Now
that could be real, right? Just because of snow drifts and stuff like that. The way the wind blows in the snow, it blows against a flat side of a building.
Now that's from a verified thing that says it's a verified account, hotels and resorts. I can show you. Hang on. See, it's got the little blue check mark. Now, not always that means anything, but I also don't see no community notes under it, right? But I'm going to go to the original post right here. See if there's anything in the comments. At Grok, is this AI? Okay, let's see. The video depicts real footage of historic snowfall in Kamchatka, Russia this January. News from Reuters, the Weather Channel, and others confirm record drifts up to 7 feet plus, burying buildings. It's not AI generated. So Grok says it's not AI generated.
Well, 7 feet too, man, up to like 7 feet and going plus, but 7 feet, like you're 6, right? So it's only going to be a foot taller than you. That's not going to even cover a house.
See, what you got is drifts. I think what their biggest thing is drifts. So you look at that shit. That's insane right there. That's see that what looks like fog. Okay, see that what looks like fog? That's not fog. That's wind blowing snow. It's really cold, so that's that powdery fucking snow. Look at that shit, man. That's fucking insane. That can't be real.
They would have to did a state of emergency.
They might have you.
It looks like a scene from that film 2012.
I know it does. It looks like that movie. That's fucking nuts, bro. So that's from X Travels. Okay, well, I have no reason to doubt it at this point right now, just especially with as crazy as shit has been going on all over the world. I think I saw some guy had footage of a laser battle or something between some spaceships that he saw in California. I don't know. Let me see if I can find that real quick.
I thought that was in Arizona. They had one said SpaceX like broke into or shot some ray out.
I don't know. Let me see something here. I'm gonna do something here real quick. I'm gonna go there. I know I have a thing of it. Oh yeah, King Charles. He raped hundreds of children in explosive new testimony. King Charles has been implicated in a massive decades-old PDF file ring at an elite British boarding school, according to revelations by a former student and whistleblower. We'll watch that here in just a second. So as things heat up with Donald Trump's little army that he's built, oh, you know what? I gotta go to that for a second. I gotta take that down, and I gotta bring this one up. See, I had the wrong one. Y'all don't listen to me. Y'all. What was that? Oh, this was good, man. These fuckers back down. You can see it in this guy's eyes too, man. Watch this.
Tell your kids the fucking truth, what you do day in and day out. Tell your kids the truth, you bitch. Tell your kids the truth. Tell them the truth. You don't scare me, bitch. You don't scare me, bitch. You don't scare me, bitch. Fucking clown.
People are realizing they don't have any lawful authority to be fucking with people, man. They don't, man. They don't have that authority. We're going to watch this thing about King Charles here in just a second. But here's like, I don't know. Tell me what you think about this, Brian. I'm ready. I'm ready for it. You going to come over and help?
Breaking news, Trump is in big trouble. The Republicans and the Democrats have begun to mobilize large numbers of troops to confront each other. This is the second large-scale armed confrontation between the two parties since the founding of the United States. Trump ordered the ICE to carry out large-scale arrests of undocumented immigrants in Minneapolis and set up a temporary operation command center, which triggered multiple sudden conflicts. Minnesota Governor Walz demanded that the 2,000 IC law enforcement officers leave the state immediately and ordered 3,700 National Guard troops to enter a state of combat readiness. If the 2,000 IC officers do not leave within 72 hours, they will be fired upon directly. Trump immediately dispatched the 11th Airborne Division with heavy weapons to Minnesota to prepare for battle, and the White House entered a state of emergency. At the same time, he recalled the 101st Airborne Division from the Mexican border, equipped with high-powered weapons and Apache helicopters, to head to Minnesota. Trump also warned Walz that if he dared to use the National Guard, the Insurrection Act would be immediately activated to eliminate them. Obama, Pelosi, Biden, and Hillary Clinton of the Democratic Party all expressed their stance, preparing to mobilize over 1 million National Guard troops from 22 states to Minnesota to confront Trump. The conflict between Trump and the Democratic Party is extremely serious and has reached a point where it cannot be reconciled. If this matter is not handled properly, it is very likely to trigger a large-scale armed conflict.
Thoughts? Anybody? Moon bounce?
Oh, my thoughts on that is like, yeah, my main thought I can't get out of my head is, what's Bob Ross painting? Snowdrifts?
I guess that's you, Derek.
Oh, sorry.
What's Bob Ross painting?
It's a new episode.
Well, that's how I can tell what he's painting.
So nothing at the moment, sorry.
Oh.
Was he painting happy little trees?
He often does.
So
I got a shirt that says good vibes and it's got a picture of Bob Ross on it.
That wouldn't be considered a civil war though, right? With the National Guard going against the whatever divisions they're talking about. That wouldn't be considered a civil war.
Well, let's take a look at how the first quote unquote civil war that we had, the first one, we call it the Revolutionary War, but it was actually a civil war. And it was a militia that was up against the reigning powers forces, right? So England, King George was in charge of these colonies, right? But the militias, which were there to defend the people in the first place, now had to decide to defend themselves against the very government that so-called allowed their existence, right? So now we move on up to 1861. Now, in 1861, Abraham Lincoln becomes president of the United States, right? He immediately goes about enacting executive orders that were beyond the powers granted to him by the Constitution, started giving the central power of the United States power over the sovereign governments of each one of the individual sovereign states that agreed to the unification of these states or countries into this unification. So in other words, it was originally a confederation. Abraham Lincoln started using dictatorial powers that were not granted to him by the Constitution either. He suspended habeas corpus. So what happened? First off, South Carolina seceded. They says, you know what? This is not the treaty or union that we signed up for. This guy's turning himself into a king, into a tyrant, a dictator. That's not how this is supposed to be. He's not allowed to tell us what we can do within our state as long as our Constitution goes along with the Constitution of the United States. We've already been admitted to the Union. You can't go change the rules now. You can't go change the contract. And that's exactly what he went about doing, was trying to change the contract on his own. Well, South Carolina said, fuck you. We don't want to be in that club no more. And other states, even though they didn't secede, supported their right to secede. They showed their dismay because they were losing a state of this union. But nevertheless, they were exercising their right as a sovereign state to secede from the union. Every state has that right still to this day. Now, they had no other choice but to say, okay, South Carolina, that's crazy. You know, we're sorry to see you go. We wish you'd stay, but hey, okay, good luck. And they said, okay, well, we're a sovereign state and you have federal troops. You have United States Army troops in our fort. Okay. Those are foreign troops on our sovereign soil. And we would ask you kindly to remove your troops from our sovereign soil. Sounds like a reasonable request, doesn't it? Don't it? Does to me. So the United States agreed. Said, okay. And they sent in ships to evacuate the fort. Well, no, they didn't. They sent in ships to reinforce the fort, supply it, and give them more troops. This was seen as an act of aggression, rightfully so, by the sovereign state or country of South Carolina. So, at that point in time, the very first shot was fired of the Civil War, and that was in defense of a sovereign nation, a sovereign country called South Carolina, who through an act of aggression by the United States defended its sovereignty by trying to drive United States troops off their sovereign soil. The first guy that shot that first shot was a guy named Edmund Ruffin. He was a vehement secessionist. He's also, incidentally, you can look him up, Edmund Ruffin. And he also fired the very last shot of the Civil War, they say, because after Lee surrendered at Appomattox, he got news and shot himself in the head and said, I would rather be dead. Well, of course, he said it before he shot himself. He said he would rather be dead than to live under the yoke of Yankee tyranny. And he shot himself in the head. So he was pretty dedicated. Incidentally, another really wild coincidence, this guy that lived up in Manassas, Virginia, right? He was a farmer. And his house just happened to be right there where the Battle of Manassas or Bull Run took place. And a cannonball actually smashed through his wall and came into his living room. And now there was a case where the militia, different militias, Virginia militias, South Carolina militias, all these other states, right? When the army was formed up, Lincoln formed up an army. Okay, Lincoln formed an army against his own country, his own countrymen. And they asked Robert E. Lee to be the leader of it. They were going to promote him to general. He was a colonel. And he was like one of the best officers that the United States Army had. And his response was that he said, as much as I oppose secession, he says, I have a higher duty to my country. Virginia is my home. I cannot turn my sword on her. Okay, so he was a United States Army officer, but his country was Virginia. Just as my country is Virginia. Your country is whatever state you're in. Okay, that's your country. So he resigned. And then they asked him to lead general of the army in Northern Virginia, which he obliged, and turned out to be he was a very, very fine officer. He showed himself to be very, very accomplished in the Mexican-American War, but that's a whole nother story. But the point was that Lincoln drew up an army to invade his own country, to quell what he called a rebellion. These people were exercising their constitutional rights. In this case, the states exercising their right to secede. In this case, people's basic rights to be free from illegal search and seizure of their papers and persons and effects. And what the fuck is actually going on? You know what I'm saying? And all the while, these people that are running this whole thing are a bunch of freak clowns that fuck little kids and kill them to get rid of the evidence and does God knows what with the bodies. Who the fuck knows? Eat them, whatever. I don't know. But God damn it, these are the people that are running shit and they're sick. Look at here. This guy's the fucking king of England. Listen to this goddamn shit.
King Charles has been implicated in a massive decades-old paedophile ring at an elite British boarding school, according to revelations by a former student and whistleblower who's blown the lid off the horrific scale of the elite's chosen vice. According to an award-winning journalist who attended the school as a boy, children at the elite school are routinely beaten, harassed, raped, and driven to suicide. Inevitably, with paedophilia, all roads lead to Rome. In this case, Rome's latest incarnation, the British royal family, who, in the words of the journalists, regularly visits Aldenham School to feed on children. Before we dive in, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and join the People's Voice Locals community to join our incredible community, support the channel, and gain access to uncensored content. Chris Stevens is an award-winning journalist who has also excelled in the fields of architecture and design. The man has had a successful life and career, and now he is risking it all to blow the whistle on the corrupt and depraved British royal family. Aldenham School is run by the self-declared worshipful company of Brewers, an ancient and shady group who take young children to initiation ceremonies at Brewers Hall, where, according to Stevens, they are abused and tortured. Brewers Hall in Hertfordshire just so happens to be a stomping ground for King Charles, with reports detailing visits by Charles and his friends Jimmy Savile and Lord Mountbatten. But more on those two later. Charles has been photographed at Brewers Hall in recent times in connection with the boarding school. According to Stevens, who now goes by the name of Phoenix Caspian, The British royal family led by Charles are unable to resist raping anything that smells like a child. Already, one Aldenham teacher has been jailed for his rape of a student, and 2 others have incriminated themselves by openly gloating about abusing hundreds of children in a career retrospective written in Alderman School's official magazine. What is going on here, and why has this been allowed to continue for centuries? As Stevens explains, the school is part of the elite's grand traumatic repetition structure. And unfortunately, there are similar schools and institutions all over the world. Children are tortured by the school and are then provoked by systematic corruption to reenact that torture on younger students. As Stevens says, it's a vivid example of blind traumatic repetition, but it gets even worse. After this quick break, we'll explain why paedophilia is the elite's chosen vice and what we must do to protect our children from this 9,000-year-old paedophile cult. But first, an important word from our sponsor.
That was odd.
Hang on.
As the people of the world rise up against the evils of the global elite, they are becoming increasingly desperate to ensure they stay in control and achieve their goals. According to Charles, we need a vast military-style campaign to usher in the agenda of the WEF.
Here we need a vast military-style campaign to marshal the strength of the global private sector. With trillions at its disposal, far beyond global GDP, and with the greatest respect, beyond even the governments of the world's leaders.
This should not come as a surprise because Charles has been working to usher in the agenda of the globalists his entire life. He is descended from a long line of European tyrants after all. According to NPR, Prince Charles said during a 2011 interview, "Transylvania is in my blood. The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler." In case you need a quick history refresh, during the 1400s, Vlad III, commonly known as Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracula, was the Prince of Wallachia, modern-day Romania. According to NBC, his father adopted the last name of Dracul, meaning dragon, which meant Vlad's last name became Dracula, son of the dragon. By all accounts, he was an extremely violent ruler.
The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler, you see. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
Britain and the Commonwealth now have a sovereign who's descended from the tyrant who dipped his bread in the blood of his impaled victims. So perhaps it's not surprising that Charles is close friends with the depraved Klaus Schwab, who is cut from the same degenerate cloth as the French Charles is used to keeping. Prince Charles was best friends with Britain's most notorious paedophile, Jimmy Savile, regularly hosting him at royal estates and using him as a sounding board for advice. Charles even asked Savile, who raped hundreds of children over the course of decades in the public eye, to write an etiquette guide to be followed by the Queen. King Charles's great uncle and mentor, Lord Mountbatten, was also accused of raping an 11-year-old boy at a Totoria's children's home in the 1970s, adding weight to allegations that the British royal family practiced child sacrifice and ritualistic paedophilia as one of their ancient rites and customs. What are the chances of Charles and Andrew both being best friends with the most notorious international paedophiles of their generation? And what are the chances of King Charles's mentor also being accused of raping young boys? How many times can these revelations be swatted aside and declared a coincidence? Now that Savile and Mountbatten are dead and Charles's disgraced brother Andrew can't keep company with Jeffrey Epstein anymore, Charles is spending his time working on ushering in the globalist vision of the New World Order, with all of the anti-human evil that it entails. But it gets worse. Those at the top of the pyramid can't leave anything up to chance. So instead of relying on just money to corrupt and control politicians, leaders, musicians, pundits, and anybody with a big audience, they turn to horrific methods of control, like the torture described by the whistleblower at Alderman School. Make no mistake, this is a worldwide globalist criminal enterprise designed to ensnare the young and vulnerable and destroy their souls before they join the elite ranks of the corrupt and debased. Every world leader and most entertainers and news broadcasters are compromised in this way, meaning they are all doing the bidding of their masters at the top of the pyramid. This bidding equates to corrupting all minds, sexualizing children, transhumanism, and extreme depopulation. For those who survive the planned cull, they will be rewarded with global tyranny and slavery for the underclass. We know exactly what they have planned for us because they can't stop gloating about it.
The big political and economic question of the 21st century will be, what do we need humans for? Or at least, what do we need so many humans for?
Do you have an answer in the book?
At present, the best guess we have is keep them happy with drugs and computer games.
We need your help dismantling a 9,000-year-old Satan-worshipping paedophile cult. This evil can't be allowed to continue hiding in plain sight. Here are the people's voice. We are determined to continue exposing the elite, but we...
So yeah, that's a pretty good channel on X. I don't know if they're on... Oh yeah, I guess they're on Rumble too, the people's voice.
He's not afraid to say he's bit, is he?
Huh?
He's not afraid to say he's bit, that lad.
No, man, not a bit.
Fair play to him.
Sean something. So yeah, that's pretty crazy.
So, hey, what kind of war would it be then if he's talking about we as private corporations need a military of our own to advance forward? Then if they went against, let's just say, the regular military of the corporation of, let's just say, the United States, or then the National Guard within the United States, would they conglomerate those armies then to come against the people, or what kind of war would that be if those armies from the...
Here's the thing, right? It's going to be quite bloody, I can tell you that, but it's the exact same scenario. I want you to imagine this, okay? The very first big battle, okay? Oh, incidentally, at the Fort Sumter, you know, the fort in question, that raged on for a couple of days. And you know how many people were killed? None.
No.
None. Now, technically, there were 3 killed. 2 were instantaneously killed and 1 mortally wounded when during the flag lowering ceremony, an ammunition pile caught fire and exploded. And it injured some other soldiers too, but as far as anybody getting killed, that's the only people that got killed, and they killed themselves accidentally. So, boom. Anyway, what you were just describing, Moonbounce, is exactly like what happened in the Battle of First Manassas or Bull Run. Now, that was the first full-scale battle between the Confederacy and the Union, okay? Now, these states exercised their right to break away from the Union, to not be in that Union anymore. They still have that right, okay? And in succession, they seceded. Now, the governor of Virginia at the time, he says, we don't mean any aggression. We mean you no harm. We just ask that you respect our sovereignty and do not come through the Commonwealth of Virginia to attack any of the rest of the now sovereign states of this Confederacy. Well, the first thing Lincoln did was send troops to seize the rail yard at Manassas, Virginia. It's a rail junction. The southern states responded to this. They knew that this was where they would go. They sent their army, which consisted basically, it was new, and it consisted mostly of militia from different surrounding areas, you know, and far away from all the different Confederate states. So there was no standardization of uniforms. Now, some soldiers there in the Confederate side. Some of them had even the tri-corner hats, the Minuteman, the old colonial shit. They were still dressed that way. There were some there from South Carolina that had like with the flap for the sun on the back of their hats, and they looked like they were, I don't know, dressed for desert warfare of some kind. And you had these guys that came from Louisiana wearing these. I mean, there was such a menagerie of different uniforms. Now, an interesting thing that happened there out of Stonewall Jackson, most of his, he got his name there. Thomas J. Jackson got his name at the Battle of Manassas, or as the Yankees call it, First Bull Run. Bull Run actually is in Centerville. It's about, I don't know, man, 5, maybe 10 miles away from Manassas, where battlefield, where the battle actually happened. So what it was is that the Union Army was usually named the battle after the nearest body of water. We named it by the place. So in the South, it's known as the Battle of First Manassas. I've been to that battlefield. I've reenacted that battle. It's really cool. Anyway, well, they don't do that anymore. Anyway, they promote slavery. So what happened was is I'm seeing the exact same thing, because right now, what do we got? We've got this newly created federal army in there. Trump, I don't believe, no, the Trump cannot deploy the United States Army. Now, he can bring in the National Guard, but he can't deploy the United States Army on American soil. This dude is breaking every fucking law that there is, and nobody's fucking stopping him. The best they're doing, they're going, oh, hey, you got to stop this. Dude, somebody's going to have to fucking, I mean, like, put this motherfucker in a straitjacket and take him out of it.
Solve. What's the difference in what that King Charles dude said than what you're saying Trump did? So Trump's doing exactly what that King Charles dude said. He needs an army. That we need an army for the private.
Well, it's what Lincoln did. He formed up look, that was illegal for Lincoln to form up an army, the Grand Army of the Republic. He formed an army against his own countrymen. Okay. And that's what he asked Robert. That's why he needed someone to be in charge of it, right? He needed a good general to be in charge of it. Because he knew, man, there was a lot of shit in the South. The South had the best horsemen, the best cavalry, and there were people splitting off and dropping out of the United States Army going, no, they saw their homeland being threatened already. And they said, no, I have a higher duty. And Robert E. Lee had to go with Virginia. He was a Virginian first. He was a Virginian first. See, he didn't have allegiance to the flag. Nobody had that. His allegiance was to his country, and his country was Virginia. Likewise, Stonewall Jackson, I was going to tell you about that. Everybody had different uniforms, but miraculously, for the most part, everybody, and I say for the most part, everybody knew who was who. Now, Thomas J. Jackson, formerly known as he was a mathematics and engineering and artillery professor at Virginia Military Institute, the students behind his back called him Tomfoolery Jackson, because he had a very eccentric way of teaching. If you got anything about his lesson wrong, he would teach the exact same lesson the next day until nobody got anything wrong about his lesson. I mean, he's very, very astute, but he had a very, very, very disciplined resolve. And it was basically mean what you say and say what you mean. Just that's my paraphrase of what he stood for. Now, he ended up being one of Robert E. Lee's top generals. He was brilliant tactician, and I'll tell you something about him later here in a minute. Now, he was a very, very religious man, Thomas Jackson. And he was from right over here, what's now in West Virginia, but he was a son of the Shenandoah Valley. And he was, like I said, very, very kind of eccentric and religious, very religious, devout Christian. And ironically had absolutely zero fear of death at all. No fear of death. People were astounded by it. So at the Battle of Manassas, he was running the guys from here, where I live at right now, part of that being the 33rd Virginia Infantry. Well, the thing about that is the 33rd Virginia Infantry was comprised of militia from in this area right here, and the militia in this area here happened to have the same blue United States Army uniforms as did the people of the Army of the Grand Republic. They looked the same. So as they were coming up on the flank of a Union infantry unit, the Union infantry unit thought that they were like support, right? More troops, until they opened fire on them. Well, the whole hell broke loose and everybody started scattering. Now you got to understand, a lot of these people got into this thinking these romanticized ideas of what war was about. They didn't realize what a grotesque and terrifying experience it really was until then. I mean, this was crazy. There was people there that came with picnic baskets. They came with picnic baskets from DC and from the city. They came there and set up picnic baskets to watch the war. They wanted to watch the war end. They wanted to see the rebellion be crushed. Well, what ended up happening was the Confederate forces, they rallied up. They rallied up. They were scattering. They didn't know what to do. Jackson sat there on his horse. He had been injured in his hand. A ball hit him in the hand, a musket ball hit him in the hand. He was bleeding. And he was holding his hand up like this, and he just sat there on his horse, and he was looking around, and he was trying to get everybody to come over. And somebody hollered up, said, "Rally round." They saw him. They said, "That's stoic, man. This guy, he's not afraid. Why am I afraid?" And he said, somebody said, "Rally round the Virginian. There stands Jackson like a stone wall." And that's how he got his nickname, and likewise the Stonewall Brigade. But it ended up that the Union Army was running away in a panic. They gave no fucking shits about order and being in line and marching or anything. There was cavalry and wagons and civilians and fucking wagons, civilian wagons and horses and infantry and all kinds of shit running the fuck away down the Plank Road back toward DC. That was a crazy fucking battle. But everybody in the Confederate Army, they hadn't all kind of, they never did really solidify their whole uniforms. They still maintained who they were. They had like uniforms, but like the Army of Northern Virginia versus the Army of Tennessee, their uniforms were slightly different, made of a different material even, they still maintained that, that individuality, whereas the Union Army all had just one uniform, I guess, which was handy. You knew who to shoot at. Anyway, that's Saab's history lesson of the United States Civil War, which we might be soon going into. So what would be the uniforms of this, right? We've got...
I think you'd make a good history teacher, brother. I was I was intrigued then. I was listening to that. I learned something then.
Oh, cool. Hope so. Hope somebody learned something. That was cool. Yeah, I know a lot about that whole era of time. Oh, incidentally, now there was a guy, his house, I started to tell you, was right there on the first battlefield of Manassas. He was a farmer. I forget what his name was, but a cannonball came through, right through his wall. It came right through his fucking wall of his house. And he's like, all right, this is fucking ridiculous. Nobody expected it to be like that, right? But it was. And a cannonball went through this guy's house. And his farm got tore up because of the battle and shit. It got tore up. And he's like, fuck this. He says, I don't want to be close to where this is happening. Fuck, DC's not that far away. And it's really not that far away from Manassas. And so he moved. He moved way south. He moved down south. He said, I'm getting the fuck away from this war. I don't want to be anywhere near this. They tore up my farm. He sold the farm, everything. He got the fuck up out of there. Bought himself a nice little place down in Appomattox, Virginia. And in his front room is where General Lee signed the surrender to Ulysses S. Grant. And the war ended. So is that fucking crazy? It's like the war started in his fucking house and it ended at his house. That's wild, isn't it? Quinky-dinky-dinky-dink. That's another interesting little fun fact. So they want the police to surrender. Did I show this? Yeah, I did. Okay. So this is they want the police to surrender. Did you hear this shit? This is what the Stephen Miller, that little ball-headed motherfucker, this is what he had to say about the that. He said only federal officers are upholding the law. Local and state police have been ordered to stand down and surrender. What's that fucking mean? Shall we take a look? I think we shall. Why the fuck not? We're up. And I'll tell you what, man, I didn't sleep worth the fuck. I thought I had that thing coming back in my back, but I didn't. Now it's gone. So good.
This is something that Stephen Miller just tweeted moments ago, saying that only federal officers are upholding the law. Local and state police have been ordered to stand down and surrender. Surrender? The fact that they say this outright, since when have cops surrendered to the federal agents of any kind, especially immigration agents? But I mean, the Department of Homeland Security altogether is not somehow a replacement for police in a city. And in fact, I think that the police in Minneapolis, the police in St. Paul, the police in Minnesota are the only people standing between some of these cops from ICE and...
See, stop calling them cops. They're not cops. They don't have, like, they can't pull you over. They obviously don't know anything about having to have a reason to pull somebody over. They certainly don't know that you can't just pull somebody over and say, give me your papers. You got to have reasonable, articulable suspicion that a crime has been committed. And what is that? The guy's brown. The guy has an accent. That's why I say, man, what these people up there ought to do right now with these fuckers around is everybody dressed like stereotypical Mexican. You know, like with the beanie and the fucking, you know, button your shirt all the way up, or, you know, whatever, or dress up with a sombrero and a fucking big ass mustache or whatever you had, you know. And, you know, what the fuck are you going to do? Start doing that to everybody? The answer is yes. Because they are doing it to everybody.
I should look it up, but I could just ask you. I mean, is Minnesota, I mean, since it's a state and they do their own laws like that, is Minnesota a stop and ID state? Have they put it into law that if you're stopped, you have to ID yourself? Because some states are like that and some states aren't.
No, wait a second. First off, there is no such thing as a stop and ID state. Period. Now, what they can do, they can engage in a consensual stop, but unless they have reasonable articulatable suspicion that you are committing a crime or anything, they don't have any right to stop you at all. Even so if they say they're detaining you for investigative purposes regarding what? I don't have to help you in your investigation. It's your investigation. You figure it out. See, this is it. People don't understand. It's just like how it's the same trick they use to all the poor flat earthers out here that get lured into this burden of proof fallacy that the Globers give them. Okay. The Globers' whole fucking game is the reversal fallacy. It is. They want you to prove a negative. They want you to prove the obvious. Okay. It's like, wait a second. I don't have to prove my observation. You're the one with the claim that goes against observable reality. You have the burden of proof. And you have not met that. Just because you got everybody believing this shit, it doesn't mean it's true. Well, it's in the schools. Well, who controls the schools? Who controls the schools and what's taught in the schools? Who controls that? Where's that come from? Anybody? Anybody? Come on, man.
Rothschilds.
You let these motherfuckers con you on every level. I can ask you right now, do you trust the government? You instantaneously will say no. Well, what the fuck do you think is running the government and who tells them or running the schools and who and what they're supposed to teach and what they don't teach? Who the fuck you think is running that? Oh, not you. They might make you feel like you have some kind of play in it, like having some kind of big ass fucking meeting and you get to yell at them and talk to them. But in the end, they're going to put out what they want to put the fuck out. And you're not going to have no say in it because those kids, all they have to do is mold those kids and that next generation. That's it right there. Boom. See what happened? That's how they do it every time. I believe the children are the future, right?
More murder. You know, I mean, the fact that they're there, I think, does serve as a deterrent.
Oh.
And I think this looks like it's about to escalate, given what he just wrote.
Wow. So I remember I wanted to do this before we go. I'm going to show or listen to, and this is a little bit, where is it? Is it this one?
And if I'm real quick, being in Minnesota, we don't actually have to provide an ID unless there's like a violent crime being committed.
Well, if there's any kind of a crime, okay. Now, what's the definition of a crime? Go ahead.
Well,
I mean, really, this is important. This is
that's readily observable.
This is
dependent
important
on what they call a crime. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Different waters.
All right, it's not what they call a crime. It's what's considered a crime under the legal definition of a crime. I mean, if you don't know, that's fine. But I'm going to give you the opportunity to know because this is important.
Sure.
This is why people get caught up in shit. All right. So a crime is any action that causes loss, injury, or harm to an individual or group of individuals. So that pretty much encompasses quite a bit. Murder, of course, theft, rape, robbery, arson, fraud. Those are crimes because there's a victim. There's somebody that got fucked out of something, whether it be their life, their property, their freedom, whatever the case may be. Those are crimes. Now, those are things that are unlawful. Now we come into what's illegal. Now, stay with me. Things that are unlawful are most often illegal as well, because they kind of go without saying. Yet there have been times where things that are unlawful have been legal. For instance, holding another human being in bondage and subjecting them to servitude. That's unlawful. You have unwarrantedly taken away someone else's freedom for your gain. That's a victim. That guy is a victim. The person in chains is the victim right there. So that was at one time legal, but it was unlawful. How can that be? Well, it goes against natural law because it causes loss, injury, or harm. But it was legal because men legislated, put it in a ledger, legislated that was okay, despite the fact that it was unlawful by natural law. So there's a difference between illegal and unlawful.
Right. So illegal in some way, like you're saying, those are more violations, right? Violations of some policy that people
Policy
draw up.
infractions. Yes. This is why they're codes. Okay. This is why the people that give you the shit are the police. They're policy enforcement, right? Police are policy, police. They're policy enforcement. Enforce, because they use violence.
I know, and that's what gets me is like when they were like with this started of this show was like sending cops to somebody over what somebody writes in a Facebook post talking about how that could harm somebody because of their feelings, where in actuality all of these policies and procedures that people are writing down on stuff are harming more people than somebody making a Facebook post.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Like in Britain and in Canada even, like, oh, you hurt this person's feelings, therefore police need to escort you away.
Yeah, listen, it's getting bad everywhere like that.
Like there's still no real there.
We showed one earlier. Somebody made a post criticizing Israel or some shit like that. And the fucking police showed up at his house, you know?
Hey,
And
I've had the police come to my house because of a Facebook post.
You have?
Yeah.
I would have told him
at first. I said, I'm not going to the police station for this shit. And they said, if you don't come with us now, we'll have to arrest you. Unbelievable. And it was because I made a meme about this girl. Not anything sexual or anything like that. It's nothing rough. But because she was hurt by it, the police sent the police round to my house. And he was adamant that I had to go to the police station with him and give a statement about it. It was embarrassing.
No, I would have told him.
This was like 4 years ago.
And I'll tell you what, they come to my house for any kind of bullshit like that, I tell them fucking kick rocks. Kick rocks. It's not. I ain't talking. Get out of here. I don't answer questions. All right. Hey, y'all. I was gonna play this C audio file C. It's about 20 minutes, but man, have you listened to any of this, Brian?
What is it?
Brian,
Sorry.
have you listened to any of this Sasha Riley shit?
No.
Listen to this, man.
I don't have one with him as my. Wait a minute. No, battery commander.
Okay.
No.
So before
Bailiff Michael. What's that?
Oh no, go ahead. Tell me, bailiff.
Yep. BALIS. First name Michael. Middle initial R.
Now, what he's going through right now, I'm going to just bring you up to speed. How this came to light in the first place, right? Because look, police didn't do shit, nothing, despite, man, so many red flags. Oh my God. Which tells you that there was higher ups. Okay. Powerful people involved in these rings. Okay. So while this guy was in the army, he was in the army for, I think, 20 years. And that's including 2 different enlistments. And it was a span of time he was out, I guess, and he went back in. All right. Anyway, apparently somebody in his unit, a sergeant, got caught with CP on his computer. And they said that one of the kids in this looked exactly like him. And he had to, he kind of said, yeah, I was made to do movies like that. And they verified that it was him by describing something in one of the movies. And he was like, yeah. And he talks about that in this whole interview too. So what he's talking about is that period of time right there. Where was I at? See.
And then Junior.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and so the officers, he's talking about the officers that were involved with, everything.
And unfortunately, this is the newer NCOE number.
They weren't abusers or nothing. They was the one guy is because he got chaptered out. I think he had to do jail time because of having the shit on his computer and everything. But yeah, and then even after that, it was like nobody ever followed up on it. All they did was punish the guy that had it, and then that was it. Boom, no following up on it. Even though they knew it was this guy, they didn't come and ask him no more about it or anything else. Crazy.
4561.
Okay.
And the commander at that time, I thought it was Captain Colasanto, but the commander, who I don't remember talking to, but that was Captain Mendenhall, Ryan L.
Ryan L. Mendenhall, what's the spelling?
Mendenhall, and Ryan is spelled Ryan, middle initial L, last 4 of the social is 112. A rating period is for 1 year.
Okay. Okay. So sometime between 2009, September 2009 and September 2010.
Yeah.
Okay. 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 So in terms of what I was going to record in terms of what we can look at as another audio file, what I just recorded now, I'll just we'll start the sort of like in terms of witness testimony right here, because I just want to be careful about what we publish about those individuals right now, because we want to see about talking to them.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. So, today is July 19th, 2025. And continuing with interviews from tomorrow. From tomorrow. Today is July 19th, 2025. Oh, July 20th? My goodness gracious, yes, it is. So yeah, today is July 20th, 2025, and we're continuing with interviews from yesterday during July 19th, 2025. And I wanted to just recap what we had spoken about the girls. So there was 10 to 12 films, one snuff film we spoke about yesterday, conversed about yesterday. There's one more circumstance similar where you were there when the girls were killed after the filming. There were at least 2 girls that were killed. Was the same MO? They were shot in the head?
I didn't witness that. And I didn't know that it was coming. We completed filming. Then the girls, they said, hey, y'all come with us. You help pack up the equipment or clean up or do something, in reference to me. And there was another person in there with me, besides the girls. And I could hear a gunshot, but I wasn't witness to it. It was outside. And I can remember the other person saying, just focus on what we've got to do. That's not us or not you or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I can remember wondering if it was going to be my turn next or whatever. But, as far as, witnessing it or anything or knowing what happened after or how they, disposed of them, I don't know any of that.
And you said you thought they were silencing the girls, and the girls were under 13.
Well, in the brothels, Samantha had talked about that they only used the girls for a certain amount of time, because after a period of time where they kind of became cognizant that they weren't going to really ever rise above that, because the way that they would sell it to the girls is, hey, we're going to clean you up and make you beautiful, and you'll be around these rich people, and, they like young women. So if you can be what they want, then perhaps, you'll go off and live in a mansion with one of these rich people. But that facade or that lie or whatever only survives for so long because they're horribly abused and things like that. And after a period of time, they just kind of become aware that this is their station in life. They're never going to be, I guess, the arm candy of one of those rich people flying on Learjets,
Mm-hmm.
And the way that Samantha described it is, once they get to that level of consciousness, they have passed their expiration date. So they would only use the girls for a certain amount of time, and they were either recruiting or finding. I don't know how they got the girls, but I can remember even in the brief period of time that I was there, because I wasn't there for longer than just a few months. Maybe even just like a couple of months. But even in that small period of time, I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people killed.
5 killed during 2 months.
Yes.
So,
I saw Sarah die. She was there or I was there when she died.
5 people, man. And these are all associated with this same fucking ring of people that, oh my God. Can you imagine growing up with that shit? You're muted. You're muted, Randy. Randy means horny.
Make me Randy.
Yeah, I know that. What? Why are you horny?
And if you have some
horny what?
If you have some B Randy, you end up Randy.
But can you imagine that, man, growing up around with that shit? That many people killed, like right there in front of you.
Hey, Sav, how many dogs do you have?
I have 4 now.
Okay, see, because I was just wondering that, because like that dude lived with it, like you said. So why would he have to count out loud? I seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How would he just not know, like you did, and just go 5? Why would
Well,
he count him
I
out?
have to adjust because I just lost Brandy here recently,
Oh,
within the last couple of months.
but I mean, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring that back up.
No worries, no worries.
But it was just, it's like that question that, it's like, it's not that I disbelieve it, but it's just like in that 5 of them, why he would count them out loud like that. 1, 2, like he's remembering, like he doesn't remember, but he's going to count them out. But if you really seen that, you would know
You won't do
it's
that to your
5.
kids, would you? You won't do that with your kids.
Well, here's part of it too. He's recalled these incidences, and that's I think how he recollects is through these incidences. I think that by this time he'd become so numb to it. I don't know. Did you hear any of the other stuff he talked about like, Trump killing the puppies in front of him in different horrific ways to see how he would react to traumatize him and shit before he abused him?
I didn't.
You didn't? Yeah.
No, I've just heard you talking about it, but I never actually listened to it.
Oh,
I've never listened to any of that.
dude, are you shitting me?
No, I didn't listen to none of it.
Oh my God. You need to go to this page right here. I'm going to put the link in there. Okay. I'm going to put it in the regular chat and listen to all of them, man. I'm serious. You're not going to believe some of this shit, man. And listen, here's the thing. All right. You might go, how do I know this is not made up? And I'm like, I'm the same way, right? Okay. How do I know this is not made up? And I'm like, okay, here's something really, really interesting about it. After you hear what he has to say regarding Congressman Andy Biggs, regarding Jim Jordan, regarding Donald Trump, who's the most litigious motherfucker in the world, not a single one of these motherfuckers has Clarence Thomas. Now, this guy's sworn he'd take lie detector tests and everything. He'll testify to this. And not one of these motherfuckers has tried to sue him for defamation or cease and desist or any other fucking thing like that at all.
I know, because that's what's strange about it. Like you keep saying that because I didn't listen to it, but just listening to what you played here tonight, it's almost like, it's like, I'm not saying I disbelieve him, but in some way he's like reporting. He almost sounds like a reporter, like somebody who's like, I did all this research and I'm reporting my findings.
Okay, so
And
let me give you kind of a background of what we got right here. So you see this first file up here where the top, okay? Are you seeing the screen, Moon Bounce? Hello, you're muted. Dude, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. I see the
Okay.
one with the green line, but I mean, it's kind of small on my phone, but I see like that's the third one down. So if you're talking
Right.
about one
Okay, so there's more. These files, what these are, like this first one, this is over the phone with him and doing an interview. And it's an hour and 21 minutes long. Hour 21 and 26 seconds long. Okay. Then there's a part 2 where it's over the phone too, because she, I guess, hangs up or something and they talk later. She further gets deeper with her questions because I think what she was doing was verifying some information that he had given her or whatnot, right? That one in itself is an hour and 15 minutes long. That's one we're looking at right now. This is later on after this. So they're just, they're going over other points of the entire interview is what's going on in this portion of it. And it's like, dude, I'm telling you, you got to go
So
there.
what in all that stuff that you've listened to, what makes that person do this now?
Okay, so this was done back in 2015, this interview.
Oh,
Now he'd come out with this somewhere. I mean, he'd done posts and shit in other forums and stuff that, you know, he had this story, blah, 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 you know, and telling his whole thing. And let me tell you something, it's very, very credible. His father, who was his adopted father, and listen, this is where it gets really interesting. This is where it gets really interesting. We'll get back into this. I'm not going to listen to the whole thing because I'm going to get off here in a minute. But okay, so all right, he was adopted. He was adopted, and the weird thing is, even though it was his birth parents were in Oklahoma, he was adopted out to this guy. And this guy that he was, and his wife. Now, shortly after he was adopted out to them, the guy's wife and him divorced. Like they must have been in like the process of a divorce during the adoption process or something, right? I don't know. Anyway, then there was this other new wife. And she was kind of a monster too, as well as this guy. He was a monster. He was trafficking this guy as a kid. Now, he was also a pilot. And he could fly like small aircraft, large aircraft, what have you. He was a pretty good pilot. And he flew stuff for people, including people and kids, to certain islands and to certain venues. And he had been trafficking this kid, him and his dad and the wife. They were making CP, and oh my God, it was terrible. He tortured this girl and killed her. And his parents and his dad, they got in. He was trafficking him to like just other hillbillies and shit like that. And they weren't making a whole lot of money. The risk wasn't much. And when they hit pay dirt was when they found out about a deal that possibly involved Donald Trump, where he'd get like $25,000 or some shit like that, which was a lot of money for them, you know, especially at the time. And dude, this was they were making these. It was terrible. They were making these movies. There was an instance that he recalled that Donald Trump took these puppies and killed them right in front of him, and different ways, different horrific ways that would make him suffer and shit. And made this kid watch, and traumatized him, and then abused him. And
it's hard to process that, isn't it? No, as you're saying it, it's hard to process.
It is. He does like to see people suffer. He does. And you know what he also likes to do? He likes to pit people against each other. He does. He likes to see people fight. He's an asshole.
Right, because he likes to fight with people, like pushing them people out of the way.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's a total dick, man. He really is. He's a total dick. Hey, I wonder if anything has happened over in Minneapolis tonight. Oh, wait, here's Trump. Oh, yeah. What do you think about his board of peace, bro? What about you think, Derek? The board of peace.
Trump and the left play off each other like it's a WWF match.
Yeah, but I mean,
and they're playing it all against the
board of peace. The board of peace. How could peace be right or left? Peace is supposed to be peace, right?
See, well, that's the thing. It's like with like Tim Walz, for example, or others who are Dems or whatever. Like, they'll say things that are true now.
Yeah.
Like ICE agents, they're not really police officers, right? which is true. But then again, where were they just a few years ago during the lockdowns? They didn't give a rat's ass back then.
No, well, no,
And
of course
both
not. They
them
never
and
do.
Trump were fully on board with it.
But you know what? I think this could have a biblical nature to it. Okay. Trump invented, okay, this is his way of like making his own UN or his own NATO or something. Okay.
He's a good salesman.
His own division.
He
Anyway.
has created. Where the fuck does he get the authority to do any of this dumb shit? Fuck him. He said that he's going to start this thing here called the Board of Peace. And he's going to be the head of it. And he invited all these fucking leaders to become part of it. But they have to pay him $1 billion each a year to be part of it. Shit, right?
You get a certificate.
That's not true, is it?
France said, yeah, it is. France said, no, we're not going to do it. And Trump said that nobody wants him. I'll put 200% tariff on his wines and he'll join. This motherfucker is terrorizing people and threatening them economically, whether you do it through economic extortion or violence. Either way is still just as bad. This guy is a monster. He is a motherfucking monster. Listen to
Well, it's because I'm in Minneapolis. I remember Trump in particular. You know, the whole George Floyd thing. You know,
have
he
you been
came
down
through
there?
with the National Guard.
Have you seen any of these ICE people and shit out?
Yeah.
Down there? You have?
I mean, not often.
Right. I mean, how close to all that shit? It looks to me like they've got all
Well,
these.
I mean, I'm in
protests going
Brooklyn
on.
Park. It's a suburb of Minneapolis. But
Okay.
according to the new mailing code, we are Minneapolis now.
Okay, I got you. Right on. All right, man.
So his board of peace was gonna, if he was in charge, was gonna be put together by economically terrorizing other people to pay up to join. Well, that's kind of hypocritical.
Wow. This guy's a fucking maniac. Whoops, hang on. I can't believe this. I can't, I go, okay, I'm going to get off here. And then there's something else. I'm like, no, come on, man. Listen to this crazy motherfucker. I can't believe this, man. I never thought I'd see this day.
No, and that's why I can't side with Trump. I can't side with anybody on the left. I mean, because they're.
Well, I'm just saying, this guy's got he's got people with guns. Even though he's a maniac, they're too fucking dumb to see he's a maniac. They just go, oh, MAGA, and they're going to go along with this fucking crazy shit, man. That's what's got me. Look, I want you to think about something. Are you familiar with Mussolini?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want you to picture Mussolini in your mind, and then compare him with his mug going to Trump doing the same thing with his mug. It looks like the same fucking thing, man. I think the same demonic spirits got him, man. I do.
Trump leader.
He's
I
not
wouldn't
cool.
disagree.
If anybody thinks that Norway doesn't control the Nobel Prize, they're just kidding. They have a board, but it's controlled by Norway, and I don't care what Norway says. But
He's just basically fuck everyone. It's Donald Trump's way.
Let me tell you something. He is really burned. His ass is really sore about that fucking Nobel Prize. I'm telling you, right? He didn't get it. And then so FIFA made one up to placate the little fucking tantrum child who was whining about not getting it. And he still whined about not getting it. And then he kept suggesting that this woman in Venezuela give it to him. And it's not transferable, you retard. No more than you can go down to the thrift store and buy a bowling trophy and it makes you a bowling champion. The fuck? I mean,
So
you
what's his
bombed
point
7
about
countries.
Norway?
You know, he bombed
So why-
7 countries. It's canceled out, man. You know, whatever. So I don't see this guy. Anyway, and even though that woman did that, because people are making fun of him for it, he's going to direct his anger at Norway over this Greenland thing too, over this peace prize, because it's their fault. Now think about the people involved. Okay, Norway's involved with the Greenland thing, right? He's mad because he didn't get the Nobel Prize. And the woman that gave him the Nobel Prize was in Venezuela, where they just had the last military fucking intervention, right? Okay. Follow the medal. He's butthurt because he didn't get that fucking medal. He is. This is nuts. This guy's crazy. What do you say? Somebody asked him, said, have you invited Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace? And Trump said, yes. Reporter, can you respond to Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace? Listen to this. What an asshole. This guy's a fucking asshole. Listen.
Have you invited President Putin to be a member of the Board of Peace?
Yeah, he's been invited.
And do you have any response to President Macron saying he will not join the Board of Peace?
Oh, did he say that? Well, nobody wants him because he's going to be out of office very soon. So, you know, that's all right. What I'll do is if they feel like Costo, I'll put a 200% tariff on his wines and champagnes, and he'll join. But he doesn't have to join. If he said that, you're probably giving it to me a little bit differently. But if he actually did say that, but as you know, he's going to be out of office in a few months.
What a dick. What a total dick. All right, guys, look. Oh, wait, what's this? Touch the wrong car. It belongs to the FBI.
What's the Board of Peace supposed to do? I mean, does he have like a little speech about it or something?
I don't know. They're going to come up with a final solution to the immigrant problem.
Final solution.
A final
Your final solution,
I mean, aren't we talking about like not having to worry about voting anymore with him?
That's what he said, man. Now look, here's what I believe is going on, and mark my words, a lot of people think this too. That he's using this little private army of whatever these people are. They're not cops. You see the way they behave. They're scared at the first bit of danger, but they're not afraid to go up against what they know are unarmed, weak people, right? Okay, so this is what they're doing, but people are banding together. Now, they're trying to escalate this to a point of where he can throw in that Insurrection Act. That's all he needs is that fucking stroke right there. Now, I think Renee Good was supposed to be that shot, and it didn't work. Now, all it did is rile people up and say, no, y'all need to get the fuck up out of here. So what's their response? To increase it. What's that tell you? They don't want peace there. They want dominance there, right? And why do they want dominance? Because they want something to kick off against them so he can put in this Insurrection Act. Got to suspend the elections because, dude, he's worried. Even though we know this is bullshit, he knows right now, though, there's little factions within this bullshit. They play this, right? Something's going to happen. Okay. Now, what that's going to do in the reality is it's going to kick off what they've been wanting for quite some time, is chaos. And they always try to create out of chaos.
I'm going to scoot too. God bless. Take care, guys.
Yep. I'm out of here too. So y'all think Thank y'all for coming on. I know we went long. Sorry about
Respect.
that. Whatever. Yeah, right on, y'all. Take care. Everybody remember, Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, it was probably not meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.